Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. A Course in Miracles, Book 1, The Gladiator and Jesus. The gladiator surveyed his world dispassionately through the spotted shade of his face shield and overheard the cacophony of desperate and discordant paroxysm from the frenzied hordes by dint of eardrums muffled with sweat in their water-clogged canals. The diminished senses coalesced into a dreamlike state in which he regarded his body from above the battlefield, the burning sands of the arena. Sweat formed in huge droplets across his forehead and poured in, stinging his eyes, which were already pinched hard against the slanting Roman sun. Out there, somewhere in the space of the arena, a retiarius, swift and agile, moved rapidly in and out, striking deftly, taking a little, then taking a little more of his body's precious lifeblood with each cut. That blood flowed more copiously now, from gashes across and stabs to his body. Bloody sweat spilled around and over his brows. As with everything else in his increasingly exhausted body, they by degrees provided less and less protection to his stinging eyes. Around his right ankle, he felt the ripping of the fisherman's net. It failed to fell him this time. Earlier, he had been in control of the fight against a smaller, more agile opponent, but now exhausted, he was striking like a wounded buffalo at the pecking hyena, turning always a second too late, responding to the prior attack just after the current one. He was wearing inexorably down, but was still able to bring his shield up to parry the triad as though he was reaching for an apple from a bowl of fruits. Though the body was depleted, it remained disciplined, and he did not panic. The guiltless mind, as Christ had taught, cannot suffer. He neither feared death nor preferred it. His next block was in time as well, but he had had to bend his knees to achieve it, feeling it absorbed into his forearm, then glance off of his shield. Instantly he countered with the gladius in his right hand, bringing it down and across at a 45-degree angle, lurching forward with his right foot after the swing. Too late, the retiarius was far removed. He circled around to Pompili's left side, feigned another thrust, stepped back, then thrust the triad at his face with lightning speed. Pompili was scarcely able to avoid it, with a combination of a rising block with his shield and bending his knees while ducking his head under it. Close. There was no counter this time. He was too entirely spent. The two combatants circled each other warily in the sand that burned their feet under the scorching Roma sun. Pompili, sweating profusely, was losing. The battle of attrition. He was the heavier and more powerful of the two, but was less agile, less resilient. Now cramps were setting into his legs. He was well accustomed to suffering the wounds of combat under the intense heat of Roma's sun. He had been well trained. Discipline and indifference wove a sturdy pattern in the gladiator's psyche, but training also taught that the body had its limits, and Pompili knew that he was fast approaching its own. Sweat stung his eyes, and he could no longer ignore the screaming cramps in his legs, making them even heavier by the second. The retiarius feigned to his head again, which brought his shield high again, but the effort was enormous. His left shoulder burned. When he hoisted the shield too low, a point of the triad found its mark again, piercing the forehead, making it bloodier, and making it even more difficult to see the swiftly retreating retiarius. It was only his view from above the battlefield that allowed him to perceive the retiarius at all. Locked in a downward spiral toward a slow death of 1,000 cuts, the gladiator would make a life or death decision on his feet, with blood burning his eyes and cramps setting in. He would likely regret either action, but he had to decide, and training took over again. His left arm needs rest. So he dropped the shield. It fell soundlessly against the deafening roaring of the arena, pushing into the sand like a stone into water, coming to rest, curved side up in the center of the arena. Without his shield, Pompili's left arm immediately relaxed, and he had it free to strike and grab, but he was exposed to the trident. Now the retiarius swung the net at his head, forcing him to duck his head, but this allowed a precious opening as the Retiarius's follow-through exposed his rib cage, and this time Pompili did not hesitate. He jabbed his gladius at the open ribs like it was a piece of meat. The opponent twisted his body and mitigated the impact. It sliced rather than pierced. Blood poured, and Pompili hoped he had broken a rib, but he had only bruised it. Feeling as though he had been hit by a charging rhinoceros, the Retiarius brought both elbows in to protect the recently assaulted rib cage. They had been cut, but not seriously broken. The reaction was involuntarily leaving him momentarily rooted, exposed to Pompili's sword, but this time the follow-up was lacking. Instead, he moved around to his right, keeping a safe distance while desperately trying to take control of his breathing. It was something he would not regain until one of them was dead. The Retiarius, however, seemed already to have endured the worst of it, as he was able to swiftly cast his net over Pompili's head and moved closer with the trident, while the net was continuing its slow-motion descent through the acrid air. Pompili hacked at the open net, deflecting it harmlessly to the ground, and in one move parried the trident at the last second. The Retiarius deftly spun back, reached his net on the ground, and returned to face him squarely. The near misses were getting closer. Pompili moved back, circling to his right, trying to buy time, but the Retiarius had very different intentions. He pressed the attack. Stepping backward, Pompili felt the net wrapping around his left ankle. Calmly, he lifted his leg, stepped in, and thrust his sword, but the Retiarius moved back out of range and efficiently countered with his three-pronged spear. Pompili, having dropped his shield, could block it only by jamming the point of his sword in between two of the three prongs. It was close, and he could feel the clinging of the three-pronged spear against the iron anklet of his left leg. Pompili clenched his free left fist and delivered a crushing blow to the Retiarius' jaw. The Retiarius staggered back and dropped his spear. The instinct was now for Pompili to plunge his gladius deep into his opponent's chest, but fatigue from an hour of combat in the scorching Roman heat made him hesitate. It was fatigue that forced him to drop his shield, and it now intensified, allowing the swifter Retiarius to roll on the ground toward his trident and come up with it standing. Pompili was not as disheartened as he was astonished. He decided that now was the time to retrieve his shield, facing his opponent squarely, in a left-forward stance, with his sword firmly in his right hand. He shifted to his left. The Retiarius would not so easily allow him to. This time, when the fisherman threw his net around his left ankle, it latched on, and he pulled it straight. The gladiator staggered, but caught himself. But the fisherman buried the center prong of his trident into his straightened left knee. The excruciating pain jolted him, as though he had been struck by lightning, but it lasted only long enough to intensify his pain. Pompili saw the blood gushing from his leg that was bent, and fell back hard between his shoulder blades. Supine, positioned as a man being crucified, about to be run completely through by the trident, yet he was at peace. The guiltless mind did not suffer, Christ had taught. The Retiarius moved deftly to his left, imposing himself critically between Pompili and his shield. He moved in cautiously for the kill, making sure that Pompili was too injured and fatigued to counter him. Satisfied, he began his approach, but when he moved in, Pompili saw something that made him forget to make his appeal, forget all about the Retiarius entirely. It made him ignore the pain and forget his body altogether. It made him doubt all that he had till this moment come to believe and know of Jesus. It made him lift his head, and through distraction and fatigue his training held sway. The gladius was still in his hand. So as the sky behind the Retiarius began to drop out of existence in black boulder-sized chunks Pompili had to make with. No basis for comparison, a split-second decision. Was death the greater disaster, or was it life? When a black lightning bolt sliced across the late afternoon sky, it seemed that death was more welcome, but a second after, when more black chunks of the sky were ripped away, showing only starless, dark, empty space behind, it seemed that the edge of the world had come up to Roma, to the arena, to his very body, as the sea rolls to the shore, It was as if the world had been broken into two, right down the center of the arena, and he was going to be swept away into the inexplicable, unimaginable vastness, void of all light whatsoever. Pompili became too uncertain to act. It was the body that knew what to do. From his back, Pompili's body brought the gladius across, and the retiarius lost his left leg above the knee. Then on the backstroke, it was the right leg that ripped away, just below the kneecap. Pompili never saw that which he had accomplished in less than a second, focused as he was on the sky, falling away in chunky slabs, as though the earth were a room in the sky, whose walls came down like papaya in a storm to reveal a darkness so total that all light was taken in there, and from there none returned. Then as the advancing darkness opened its ugly mouth and drew nearer, nearer, so near that he could feel the sand into which he clenched with all that remained of him, screaming into the abyss. So near that, he was certain to be washed away with the sand which ran through his fingers and into the thick blackness, the darkness whispering death and deception and urgent denial of the Christ, the impossible. So he put his head back down and still clenching the sand, and did not feel the light sprinkle of blood that dappled down upon his body, nor any other sensation of the world. Instead, he turned away and shut his eyes tight, hoping for the darkness inside his lids to protect him from the darkness on the other side of them. Lucilla's doe-like eyes remained clenched so tightly that spots cluttered her field of vision when at long last she relaxed them to ever so pensively allow the world in, fully expecting that when she did so the retiarius would have impaled her husband to death. She would have let them remain forever closed, save for the faint cries of her husband's name, Pompili, 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 rising from the throng. She could not believe that he had won again. She was even less than they. Slowly, cautiously, not to be deceived, she opened and then focused. Her jaw shuddered as she strained in the distance to see the unthinkable, her husband alive. She was in no condition for rational thought as tears streamed down her face and drool unabashedly dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Her love for her husband, matched only by her pure joy to see him alive, brushed back tears only to confirm the vision. Then as he lay there prostrate on the ground about the length of her tiny smallest, finger writhing in agony, her joy became enmeshed with his pain. His pain. It was an altogether new experience for her, to him for that matter. The joy was catastrophically overwhelmed by his pain becoming hers. She could see her husband's body in all of its paroxysms, but she could not see the darkness he had just seen, could not know that for him everything had changed, and changed much more than if the retiarius had just run him straight through. She was on her feet, moving down to where they were taking her husband. Her only thought was to rush to her husband to tend to his wounds. She needed to comfort and take care of him, though even that was as much for herself as for his needs. But for now, the Romans and iron gates still separated her from him. Yet Lucilla blamed Jesus, not the Romans, for her husband's slavery, her separation from him, and the horrendous tortures he endured, suffering which she could not even think about, along the brutal, bloody trail which led him from intellectual discussions on to spiritual enlightenment in Judea to a bloody gladiator pit in Roma. Now, angry, grieving, and terrified for the life of her husband, she was pleased that he had been crucified. Now she felt he was deserving of it, making it less painful to her. Even in death, it was Jesus, not the Romans, separating her from her husband. But just one more victory, and that would be no more. Vettius had sworn it personally and contracted legally, just one more victory, and her husband was again a free man to be with her forever. That sweet thing, she and her husband together again forever. It was so close that it was almost real. She could almost touch it, but with tears still streaming and her body racked at once by both agony and rapture. Knowing as she did that right now her husband, in agony, probably screaming, badly injured, was being carried again away from her, she knew that for now, one more victory and forever was a thing very far removed. Moving down, she kept her eyes only on the stones beneath her feet. She bumped shoulders and slipped in between one faceless person, then another. Moving in and out of the light as she descended, men stared at her as she passed unaware. Someone else moved her body through the maze of debauched fanatics, intoxicated by the wine and blood of the games. As a boat on the ocean, she was merely a passenger in it. She was completely in the shade now, though the air was still hot from seething in the sun. All day, a fight broke out between two men gambling, but it sounded vicious, guttural, like the lions that had been fighting in the arena earlier. She looked up just in time to see one man's face ripped open by the club brought seemingly down from the heavens. Blood splashed like a rock, thrown into a still pond. Then others gathered around as the violence spread. She fell back against a wall, scarcely able to stand, and stared hypnotically at the conflict before her, unable to comprehend it, unable to peel her eyes from it. There had been violence that day too, that day in Judea when they first saw Jesus in the temple where the money changers plied their trade. There was always a foul air about them, she thought, the cloud of discontent which they breathed out as they took advantage of one group or another. On this day they exploited the Jews who had to buy their silver coins to pay the temple tax. The temple tax gave the money changers a monopoly, which they used to bleed the market, for all that it would bear. Eventually, the poorest Jews became desperate and then angry, and they raised their voices when they had to give over all of their possessions to the money changers for which to pay the temple tax. She remembered how suddenly her own husband, Sanyi, defender of man, took action, turning over their tables and letting their coins spread around. Then he made a whip out of cords and drove all from the temple area, both sheep and cattle. He scattered the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. To those who sold doves, he said, "Get these out of here. How dare you turn this temple into a market?" Sanyi was a giant who towered over all men there in the market, in all of Judea. She felt proud and righteous watching her strong, good husband doing the right thing. And it was the right thing. What could be more right? What else could the right thing be? That was when everything that she thought she knew about right and wrong changed. That was when Jesus came. Absorbed in the actions of her husband, she didn't notice another man of slight build who was also waiting until that man had walked over to where her husband was scattering the coins and driving both the sheep and the cattle from the temple. She could see him then, but could not hear him. But whatever he said to her husband, it stopped him there like a stone statue. Then, in what seemed like the longest second later, for reasons Lucilla couldn't understand, Sonia let the money changer's coin box slip out of his large grasp and fall with a clunk to the temple stone floor, the coins bouncing and rolling away. That was the first that she had laid eyes upon Jesus, the only time she had seen her husband do violence. But that violence was wholly unlike this. Nothing that she had ever known was anything like this. Yet she descended down to pit level, where a cacophony of the anguished banged and reverberated across her brain, suffocating the one unmistakable sound she sought so desperately, but it would escape her. The clanging of slaves in their shackles, the roars of wild animals in cages, grunting gladiators clashing, and from down the long corridor beneath the seats, she could hear the anguished screams of men in pain. In her heart, there raised the sickening certainty that somewhere down there her husband writhed in unimaginable agony, the agony she was helpless to ameliorate. She wrapped her slender fingers around the bars which ran the long corridor separating her from her husband. She struggled to peer into the darkness and around the corner to glimpse a piece of Sanyi, or isolate a fragment of his agonizing cries from the ensemble, the vain attempt making her heart break even more bitter. She remained there, hopeful and heartbroken, until there were no more slaves clanging in the shackles, until the sounds of men suffering subsided, until the day waned and she finally realized her husband was no longer down there. There was no one else down there. She was alone. Confused and exhausted, she left the arena and wandered pensively along the vast and darkening cobblestone street. There all of Rome seemed to be out, still intoxicated by wine and blood of the games that ended hours ago. There were more faceless people to not look at, and more lusting men do not see. She paid less attention to the outside world than she did even her own body, which was now she was vaguely aware was starving for not having eaten in more than a day. Nothing else registered until the street opened into a large courtyard, at the far side of which was a wedding. She remembered instantly her own wedding to Sanyi. Sanyi was Lucilla's true love at first sight. Her mother told her that when she loved a man at first sight, it meant that she had loved him before in previous lifetimes. That may be true, she thought, but it was not so easy to gain his love in this lifetime. So it was that on her wedding night, she savored her prize, the greatest prize in all of Judea, the handsome and wealthy Sanyi. He was a prize worth fighting for, and she had won him. Oddly, though there was no competition, she had come to wonder. Indeed, there was a moment, a very short time, where she actually thought the impossible was real, and that he cared not for her. Their early courtship was a series of prearranged accidental meetings at the market or in the temple. And even after he noticed her and courted her, it was too long, it seemed, before, at long last, he married her. But then it did seem to have been worth it, especially when he came towards her on their wedding night. All of her fears and doubts were washed away by the delicious mingling of wine and the mixed juices of their lovemaking, which lasted until the morning. And as the sun rose that day, it rose on new, on a deeper level of her love for him than even she could fathom. Before Jesus in spite of herself, Sanyi made her deliriously joyful, and while she never doubted his love for her, and despite her joyful delirium, she did doubt her place with him. She sensed that she would always be second, but second to what for whom? It was a subtle, subconscious doubting that she was not wholly aware of. It gnawed at her, unseen. Sanyi was a man in search of something other than her, in search of what he knew not. It was not another woman. But when she saw Jesus standing there with him, she knew that Sanyi had found exactly that which he was unaware that he sought. The time with him before their wedding was as labor before childbirth, horrible but would be instantly forgotten as soon as a new child is brought into the world. The time after Jesus was like a mother whose child is snatched up suddenly by death. Now consumed in the agony of missing him, it was as though it was Jesus who made her life unbearable, and yet she would have to bear it until gentle Sanyi could win one more terrible match, if he could win just one more match. She looked away from the wedding and made her sorrowful way down the narrow street, alone, and got lost. She had taken the wrong road by which to leave the courtyard and didn't notice in the prodigious darkness of the tunnel like a cobblestone street. Didn't notice it until the Romans nearly ran her down. Immersed in her sorrows, she couldn't hear the two horses galloping down the narrow macadamized passageway, so, as she entered into the crossway, they appeared as if instantaneously. She leaped back, but not in time to avoid a violent encounter with the hairy front shoulder of the onrushing beast. It spun her around in midair, threw her hard to the cobblestone on her hands and knees. The second rider cursed at her as he rushed past. She crawled away as best as she could, but it was slow. It was the most physical pain she'd ever experienced in her life. Her knees were black and blue and her palms were bleeding. She leaned back against the wall, curled her legs up like a child and cried. She cried not the deep sobs of anguish, but the gentle ones of despair. Sitting there, knowing not what to do, she shut her eyes hard as if trying to awaken from a nightmare. As though she would open them and be safe in bed beside her big, gentle husband. Instead, she opened them in the cold and dark to see what by her sense of pain she already knew, namely that she was bleeding. She waited there, waited for the bleeding to stop, waited for the pain to subside. But just Like waiting for the return of Sanyi, it was hopeless. When the rain began falling, she got up to find her way home. Long before Lucilla entered the apartment that Vedius had provisioned for her, she was drenched in cold and fatigue. Roma was the center of the world, the hub to which all roads lead, but here in her dark apartment on the top floor corner of a stone building, Roma disappeared, and the anguish of her broken heart was all she had to fill the emptiness. She walked past the fireplace, which she had never seen burn, to light a candle on the bedside. She hesitated at the edge of the bed, staring as if not sure what to do, as one would test the temperature before entering a bath. Gradually, ineptly, she curled her tiny body into its center and stared blankly at the flickering shadows in the room. The last time she could remember curled up in bed this way, it was with her husband's big, safe body behind her. She remembered gently caressing the hairs on his arm about her waist and feeling as comforted by his presence as she was frustrated by Jesus' message. I try, she explained, but try as I might, I can't get it. I can't understand. Jesus is the tiny mad idea, she screamed in a whisper. Then her husband, as though he were moving a pillow, effortlessly turned her to her back, brushed the hair away from her cheek. You will, he said in a tone that was as gentle and powerful as any she had ever heard. And then she looked up, catching his eyes, that confirming the certainty and the seriousness that his voice carried. That view of Sanyi she'd had 1,000 times, had it burned into memory. His dark eyes were white, with tapered brows riding a finely sculptured ridge that balanced a nose of the gentlest Hebrew variety. He was the one who understood Jesus better than anyone, and then they made tender love. She didn't care one bit about Jesus, but oh God, how she needed Sanyi now. But on this night she wasn't reassured, nor did she make love to her husband. She lay as she had for so many nights in Roma, alone in a cold, empty room. She who had endured such pain for so long was certain that her deliverance must be soon at hand, but beautiful, privileged, and protected. Young Lucilla could have never dreamed that she was just beginning to hurt. Jesus and Sanyi. In those days there was great hatred toward the money changers, as they controlled all monopoly on a coin of the half-shekel required to pay the temple tax. They controlled the wealth from Judea all the way to Capernaum. It was the money changers who told Caiaphas to turn the temple into a marketplace, and he made it so. And a few days later, in time for the Passover, Jesus and his disciples and Mary Magdalene traveled to Jerusalem. There they witnessed the weary and worn-out way the working people lived, moving as though chains were about their arms and legs as they labored under the oppressive weight of Roman taxes. The Romans took all they could, and when this caused people to produce less, Roma raised their taxes in a deranged form of retribution. Jesus said that Roma produces nothing while taking all it can from those around it. Therefore, Roma would forever extend its forces outward at ever greater cost, retaining even less wealth in return. Soon would be a time when Roma was no more. But as they entered the temple, there was a raucous and great commotion. When they moved close enough to the noise, Jesus could see a huge man, the biggest man he had ever seen, who had made a whip of cords and was chasing the animals away. Also, he had overturned the tables of the money changers and scattered their coins on the temple floor. His disciples tried to persuade him out of it, but Jesus walked over to the big man, saying, "My brother, trust not your good intentions, for they are not enough." Mighty Sanyi was so disarmed by the tiny Jesus that he stopped in a place like a statue, going at once from fearsome to comical. But he stammered and stopped there for what seemed many long seconds, asking himself, "Is this the young rabbi I have heard about?" Then, staring into the eyes of Jesus, he remembered something that all save for Jesus had forgotten. For only a holy instant, Sanyi forgot about all symbols, words, his body, and symbols of symbols, but remembered the perfect peace of God instead. It was remembering a peace we all can have but few choose to take, a peace remembered more than discovered, but once remembered was known almost in full, a peace that for Sanyi took only and nothing less than the sight of the slight Jesus. So, despite the awkward outward appearances, Sanyi was in that second far more aware than confused. Jesus knew that Sanyi believed himself to be a righteous man, acting in a correct manner, but just as John the Baptist, he was confused about what righteousness was, or moreover that there was any such thing. Jesus was aware of the man's wife, his wife scrutinizing himself, as well as he was aware that there was much more to the big man than his mere size. Then the Jewish authorities appeared and wanted to see Sanyi, who had said, "This is a temple, but you have turned it into a den of thieves." The Jewish authorities demanded that Sanyi perform a miracle to prove that he had the right to do such a thing. But it was Jesus who answered them, reciting the scripture which said, "My devotion to your house, O God, burns in me like a fire." The Jewish authorities looked at Jesus for a long time. They said amongst themselves, "Who is this man who recites our scripture?" Then they looked at Sanyi, but walked away without laying a hand upon him. Sanyi relaxed now, stood looking at them until Jesus put his hand on his shoulder. Then Sanyi turned to see Jesus smiling up at him and smiled back down at him. "How do you know my name?" Sanyi asked Jesus. "I have not known you before, nor have you known me." Then Jesus squeezed Sanyi's shoulder and answered him, saying, "Ah, Sanyi, you are a good man who wanted to be a physician, but for his father's sake became a merchant instead. You who wanted to heal, now give away your wealth and fight iniquity wherever you think you see it." Jesus walked away from Sanyi toward the steps the money changers had just fled. Then he turned and came back toward Sanyi, saying loud enough for everyone to hear, "You now heal the world, finding that which was wrong and putting it to right." But when Jesus drew near to Sanyi again, he said so that only he could hear, "Great Sanyi, don't you know that for all your righteous might, that you can save not even one lonely lamb?" And Sanyi was amazed. Who was this man, he wondered to himself, who knows my deepest secrets? Jesus said these words to Sanyi because he knew that Sanyi was the only child of a wealthy merchant who wanted for his only son to be as he. Sanyi did not know how the stranger meant what he said. What does he mean by "you cannot save even a single sheep"? Does he say that it was my fault, he wondered to himself? But as the man drew closer to Sanyi, he could see great compassion in his eyes. Later Sanyi would say that never seen such compassion in a man's eyes, never before nor since. Then he heard him say, "You were just a small boy who could never have stood up to the wild dogs. You can no more bring back the sheep than could you have saved it. Can you not forgive yourself for it? And I tell you the truth, that you can no more save the world now, the large, powerful man that you are, than you could have that lonely sheep when you were just a small boy." Then Sanyi's large hands dropped to his sides, and he remembered. He remembered that he was a small boy who would rise before the sun to attend his father's flock. His father had a hired man who came to attend them after the sun was up. The hired man was paid, but Sanyi's only reward was to be with the flock. He loved them since the first time he'd seen one of them born. First there was one sheep, then there were two. How? From where comes the baby lambs? From where comes life? What magic is it that the world exists at all? These questions Sanyi asked himself as a child and a man, with no answer. To young Sanyi it was just magic, the magic of life, and he wanted to be in that magic for the rest of his life. So he stayed with the sheep all that he could. The flock knew the hired man, but out on the rocky slopes of his father's pasture, they came to him, to the sound of his young voice, for they trusted it alone. And it was out there where only stubby grass grew on the rocky terrain where it happened. A pack of hungry wild dogs attacked the flock and separated one of the sheep from the rest of them. The hired man was able to take the flock back to the pen, but he was a hired man and he would not try to save the one that was lost. Sanyi left the hired man and went after the pack. He could not see them, for they were hidden behind a small hill over which his tiny body could not see. But he could hear the vicious snarling feeding of the frenzied pack upon the rock. The little lamb was no more, only shredded remnants remained. armed with only a branch of dead olive trees. When his tiny legs had finally carried him to that bloody spot, the dogs turned on him. Sanyi did the only thing he could. He struck out with his stick. It was a vain attempt. The dogs swarmed in from all directions. He tripped, and all the dogs mauled him. As he lay on his stomach, his hands behind his head, he could hear the animals growling, feel the hot air and blood on their breath until he fainted. Many hours later, Sanyi woke up. Somehow he knew to crawl to the edge of the cliff. When he looked over, he saw the blood-stained rock below where the dogs had murdered his lamb. The image was seared into his mind from that moment on. This is what Sanyi remembered as he stared at the curious stranger coming closer to him, wondering, how does this man know everything I have ever done? When Jesus got close, he put his hand on Sanyi's shoulder and said, "Sanyi, my brother, forgive yourself, at least in the way of the world, or you will try to save that same sheep for the rest of your days. Forgive yourself in the way of the Holy Spirit, and be free of all things." This only Sanyi could hear. Sanyi did not know what Jesus meant by "forgive yourself in the way of the Holy Spirit," any more than his father understood how a small boy could receive so serious injuries by the dogs and live. But watching Jesus teach, he felt that, which until this moment he had never imagined. He felt that with Jesus for now, at least, all things were possible. The ever-gathering crowd around them was filled with much agitation and discussion. "Who is this man who says of the money changers that they have done no one harm?" they demanded of one another. But no answer was to be provided there, so they asked Jesus, "Who are you?" Then one of them said, "Sanyi was chasing the money changers from the temple, but you said to him, 'Let them be.'" And they accused Jesus of defending the money changers. "I tell you what I told him, judge them not, for they have harmed no one," Jesus answered. Angered, the crowd drew near to Jesus. The disciples and Mary gathered around. Lucilla also came near to Sanyi. The crowd was loud and accusatory, but they did quiet down and demanded of Jesus that he explain himself. So Jesus did. As Jesus was waiting to speak, Lucilla was just commencing her multifaceted, lifelong scrutiny of Jesus. "But they, the money changers, are stealing from the poorest Jews, on their holiest ground, no less," they replied. "They are evil," others persisted, and now the fury was directed at the slender stranger. But Jesus gently corrected that no one is good or evil, and that nobody could possibly be victimizing anybody, saying, "I tell you the truth that everyone acts in service of their own perceived needs. Everyone acts selfishly. The money changers, attempting to maximize their profit on every single coin, as were the poorest Jews attempting to pay as little as possible for each coin. To each his motives are moral, but each acted so that his needs would be met first. Each acted equally selfishly in service of those needs. And we each act equally selfishly. We each act completely selfish in the service of our perceived needs. Even the martyr is totally selfish, for what else that he can be? So said he who would in the days seemingly perform the most extreme act of martyrdom for the ages." The point of view of Jesus was unexpected and unacceptable to all save for Sanyi, who recognized so early on the correctness of Jesus' point of view, and noticed too that his hatred for the money changers caused him no personal distress, but his judgment of them had cost him his peace of mind. Lucilla was especially judgmental of Jesus because she could not understand that he had not acted in defense of the despicable money changers. Rather, he simply had not judged them. But even amongst the disciples themselves and Mary Magdalene, it was Lucilla who would struggle most to understand that good and bad were only what we called it. And Sanyi had more shocks in store for his wife, inviting Jesus and his disciples and Mary to stay with them. "Please, you and your friends, come and stay with me at my house, for I am a wealthy man, and I have room enough for all of you." Upon hearing this, Lucilla jumped quietly out of her skin. But Sanyi had not consulted her, so Jesus, the disciples, and Mary went and stayed there a while. The very thought of spending the night with these strangers and Jesus sickened her. If asked, she could not have said why. Indeed, she never pondered the question, but she had judged Jesus as a defender of the money changers, and for something else which she knew not, nor did she know that any loss of peace that she felt was directly resultant of that judgment and of her own doing entirely. That was exactly what Jesus was going to tell her, though she would not hear it. But Lucilla only thought that she was repulsed by the thought of Jesus and his disciples spending the night under her roof. She had no idea that she was truly threatened by Jesus, threatened because Sanyi's attention to him detracted from his attention toward her. Sanyi felt the gentle breeze wrap around his legs and watched it ruffle the cloth on the table which Jesus was drinking wine. He had learned by now that Jesus had turned the water into wine in Cana in Galilee. Sanyi was not surprised that Jesus could perform miracles, for the slender stranger had told him everything that he had ever done. But he had provided a dinner in which the wine would not run out, for he knew that Jesus had not come here to perform miracles or magic, not in the ordinary sense at least. Nothing about Jesus was ordinary. Jesus had come to teach. In time he would teach Sanyi what a miracle really was, and remove all barriers to the awareness of love's presence. Yet to see and hear Jesus with the eyes and ears of the body could only be misleading, he thought. Sanyi realized early on that if you could understand Jesus at all, then it must be with something more. Yet what was it? For Jesus was the answer to every question. To receive, one just had to ask. Jesus was constantly trying to get through. One simply had to allow him. Just now, Sanyi was attempting to do precisely that. Oddly, he felt unable to think of a thought about which to ask the question. He was distracted slightly by children who had been playing at a distance, but now drew closer to the adults. Yet, as he struggled for the question that eluded him, it was a small child who provided the question to the answer. It was, in fact, the answer from which all other answers sprang, the only question that needed to be asked, the only answer there really was. From a child, Lucilla's young niece came to the question about the world and all of creation. She had been lying on the ground looking up at the stars. Now pointing up at them, she asked, "Jesus, from where do they come?" As Jesus began to answer, Sanyi could never have believed how profoundly changed he would be when Jesus was done. Had he known then of the depraved death and eons of despair and destruction it would bring to himself and Lucilla, still he could not resist the lesson of Christ, for it was a required lesson, indeed a lesson long since completed. Sanyi was familiar with the law as given by Moses and interpreted by the chief priests and the Pharisees, but until now he had never heard anyone speak with such gentle authority on that question. Before now, no one had ever said where the world comes from, and more importantly, why. For Jesus said, "Little girl, they come from you." The tiny mad idea. The law says, "In the beginning," but there is no beginning or end. I tell you the truth, there is only this very instant. Now is forever, and God is everything. God is all there is. But my words make no sense to a little girl or to an old man, because you think you are of this world. Very well, then, I shall meet you where you think you are, a very long time ago, but it never really happened at all. The Son of Man was in heaven, in a state of eternal bliss, and in perfect oneness with the Father. That is all that can be said of heaven, that it is perfect, undifferentiated oneness, a oneness such that no place was different from another, so perfect that there was nowhere we began or that he ended, so complete you could have no thought that was not a thought of God, you could not imagine anything that was not God, because there was none. There was no difference save one, that the Father is the first cause, he created the Son did not begat him. Yet in the Holy Trinity it is said that God is first, but there is no second. Neither was there a thought of separation. You were one with God who created you. We are not separate from God, we are not part of God, and each and every one of us is God. There the totality and ubiquitousness of God is such that God is all there is. and we simply say God is, and then we cease to speak. Then into the mind of the son there crept a sick, insane thought, a tiny mad idea. The idea was mad because it was not of God, but at the tiny mad idea, the Son of Man remembered not to laugh, the forgetting being the beginning of nothingness. Later Sanyi would understand that it was the failure to laugh away the tiny mad idea that was the root of the nightmare. The idea was, what would it be like to be apart from God? The son waited for God to answer, but he didn't. It was a tiny mad idea because there is no such thing as separate from God. So God, not willing to make that which was unreal appear real, did not answer. The non-answer from God to the non-question, the son mistook as a rebuke. It was a great mistake, the greatest mistake, one whose impact is matched only by the magnitude of its incorrectness. In forgetting to laugh away the tiny mad idea, the son now mistakenly believes that God is angry with him, angry for his thought of separation. So this tiny mad idea is your imagined original sin. For his imagined sin, the son imagines real, annihilating retribution. The first fire went low, and as the hired man of Sanyi started another, everyone moved closer to Jesus, not simply to see or even hear him, but simply to be closer. There they saw his face as he looked at and into theirs. There in the dimming orange-red dying light, they saw illuminated on his face as he went on, his infinite compassion for them, for all of their kind, but they could not yet understand it. Continuing, Christ said, believing in this original sin, the entire sonship feels deep, unknowing, abiding guilt, and expects severe and merciless retribution for a crime that never was. The Son of Man with sin in his past, guilt in his present, and fear of retribution in the future that will never come, flees from the angry Father. An angry Father pursues his guilty Son, kill or be killed. So in terror we flee the only home we have ever known, heaven. But where then do we hide from God? This is where the I-O, or I-self, comes to our seeming aid and says, I'll help you, I'll give you a body in which to hide, for God will never find you there. Furthermore, I will give you a world in which to hide the body, all the bodies. Then if God does find you, point to thy brother and say, there God, there is the guilty one, cast your judgment there. The I-O is not a demon or a devil. It is no more real than the body. Rather is just a trick or devise of the panicked mind of the guilt-ridden son. The I-O is the part of your mind that makes up and protects the illusion of separation from God. It is what makes the illusion seem real, so very real. Every person, every beast, every rock and every tree, and even the I-O itself is part of the illusion. And there is the cruelest hoax that the I-O protects most viciously the illusion of itself. This then is how the world came into being. How silly could the Son really offend God? But burdened by original sin and mistaken guilt, the Son of Man sold his soul to the I-O to deny the undeniable reality that God is. To protect the mad dream, the I-O must preoccupy the Son of Man with ever more illusions. So, the false world that we fill with cruelty, inhumanity, and bloody wars, with friends and enemies, with money changers, heroes and villains, and Romans all of them, all aught but distraction, for so terrified is the Son of the Father that he runs to the devil to hide. So, all the world, all that you think you see with the eyes of the body comes from but a mind turned inside out, and spilled onto a world outside of itself. A world outside of God is one outside of everything that's real. Remember, God is, and we cease to speak. This world that you believe you see is but a turbulent nightmare caused by a tiny mad idea. The Son of Man is asleep and heaven dreaming the dreams of exile. Each lifetime you think you live in this world is but a nightmare to a dreamer in heaven. To awaken from the dreams, the Son must learn forgiveness, not the kind of forgiveness that the world knows, but true forgiveness of the Holy Spirit which knows that the world is not. But it takes many dreams of many lifetimes to train the mind to ignore the I-O and listen to only the Holy Spirit. and in the myriad of dreams and lifetimes, in the multitudinal forms of joy and horror, they bring at one time or another, we each play the other's part. We are each master and slave, we are each predator and prey, we are each everything there are to be many multitudes of times over. The Father has sent me to gently wake the Son from his dream, to ease his burden, to reduce the number of his nightmares, to free the master from the slave, and I tell you the truth, I have already accomplished it. I have already undone that which was never done, but follow or ignore the word, it makes no difference. Everyone awakens, everyone makes it out, everyone already has, nor am I above you. Therefore, you shall see me as an older brother who has traveled the path before you, and now is reaching out to help you along. I am not entitled to your awe, that is reserved properly only to the Father. I am entitled to your devotion because I am devoted to you. I deserve your obedience as an older, more knowledgeable brother. I can lead, but you must choose to follow. When he was finished, the little girl understood, and so did Sanyi. Jesus had given to all of those gathered there what had never been given before, the meaning of existence, its served purpose, as well as the nature of guilt of the sonship one and all, saying, any man whosoever it is that he shall be who expects punishment will also unknowingly demand it, so then shall that same man receive it. When asked about love, Jesus answered, saying, I come not to teach love's meaning, for that is beyond what can be taught. I am here to remove all barriers to the awareness of love's presence, which is your natural inheritance. Awaken to make escape the dream. As Sanyi seized on those words, on the symbol those words represented, those symbols of symbols he acquired an accompanying, burgeoning sense of purpose, and wondered openly if he could wake to make it out of his dream, and make it out this time. What Sanyi could not know at that time was that purpose is a two-edged sword. Sanyi was going to follow Jesus, making no mention of it to Jesus. But Lucilla was stunned when he told her. Her 19-years-old world was torn apart. She fell and had to catch herself on the table, and Sanyi had to help her into the chair. Such a little girl, he thought, as she sat legs together, hands twisting and writhing on her knees as she gently sobbed. It's not as though you never see me again, he said, taking her tiny hands gently into his huge ones. He was as miffed by her severe reaction as she was by his desire to leave her. She tried to be angry with him, but when she looked up, she could do aught but put her slender arms around his thick neck. He picked her up from there and carried her gently into bed. Sanyi was patient with Lucilla as she protested with all her slight strength. But there was no way to stop him. Sanyi was leaving with Jesus no matter what the costs or consequences. And even had he known then just how ruinous, bloody, and cataclysmic those consequences would be for all involved over the eons of destruction and despair, still Sanyi would have followed Jesus. He already had. The following morning, Nicodemus came to visit Jesus. Nicodemus was a money changer. He had not fled when Sanyi came through the market and heard Jesus speak. He came inside where Jesus was resting from the heat of the day and spoke alone to him. Jesus, we know that you are a spiritual man and speak the truth, Nicodemus began. We want to help you spread the truth all across Judea, he continued. But Jesus perceived his treachery and interrupted him, saying, Nicodemus, I do not judge usury, nor do I sanction it. Then Jesus stood up and put both of his arms on Nicodemus's shoulders and asked him, Nicodemus, what good does it do a man to gain the world and yet remain of it? Profit and loss are simply opposite sides of the scarcity coin, designed keep the attention of the Son of Man on worldly things instead of the infinite treasures in heaven where no one has any need, nor there be scarcity or want. Jesus was aware that the money changer realized the truth in the words he had just spoken. Yet Nicodemus persisted, saying, Jesus, we have not just wealth, but influence with the Jewish authorities and the Roman ones. We can do all manner of things to get our desired way. Then Jesus stepped back from Nicodemus and looking him directly in the eyes and said, I am aware of all that you think you can do to me. You may do all manner of things to my body, but you cannot touch the guiltless Son of Man. You can cause me no pain, for the guiltless mind cannot suffer. Already you realize this, yet must you try, yet must it be done. Nicodemus had caused much suffering in his life, yet never felt remorse once. But just now even he did feel pity for Jesus, for what he would do to Jesus. Sonny watched Nicodemus leaving his house. He walked in anxiously and found Jesus. He knew what Nicodemus wanted, but Jesus, opening wide his arms and palms as if to hug the entire world, said with a light heart, Worry not, big man, for all this has never really happened. The following morning, Jesus, his disciples Mary Magdalene, and Sanye left Jerusalem. Jesus had been asked to return to Cana in Galilee, where he had turned the water into wine. The people there remembered how he had turned the water into wine and wondered if he would try to heal a young sickly girl possessed by demons. Jesus, protested Thomas, it will take too long. By the time we get to Galilee, the girl will be dead. But Jesus, smiling, replied, Have faith, Thomas, and she will be healed in this very moment. And just as Jesus said that the young girl's demons left her, and there was great joy among them as well, for they believed and knew that she had been saved. Later, along the way, a Roman centurion with his men coming from Jerusalem approached them rapidly on horseback. He was already aware of Jesus' miraculous ability to cure, and he had a sick son. Yet he was there to seize Jesus at the behest of Nicodemus the money changer. Sanye counted 20 mounted soldiers as they circled threateningly Jesus and his followers. The disciples and Mary were frightened and moved towards Jesus to protect him, but as Sanye anticipated, Jesus brushed them to the side. Sanye was more calm. He had already seen Jesus perform miracles. He already knew that nothing could happen lest Jesus let it happen, but still a little peace was lost. And so it was that when 2 soldiers put their hands on Jesus, they stopped just before touching him. The horses stopped, the dust stopped everything, even the air came to a dead still. And Jesus, looking up at the captain, said to him, You are Captain Aurelius Dalmaticus Marcellus. You act in service of the money changers, but you distrust them. So why then do you do their work? With that, the soldier stepped back from Jesus, and the captain was amazed. But when Jesus told him, Your young son is afflicted with the fever, the captain was astonished again. Go home and attend your son, and leave the work of the money changers to the money changers. With that, the man dismounted and came towards Jesus. When he got close, Jesus put his arm around the man's shoulder, looked him seriously in the eye, and the man said, I must attend to the money changers. I have no choice, for I have my orders, and disobedience on my behalf would be severely punished. Then Jesus answered, saying, We each have our orders, Captain, but we still have a choice. You have simply made yours. Without delay, the man said, Command me, and I shall do it. Then Jesus looked at the man smiling and said, By your faith at this very moment, your son is saved. The captain wept at Jesus' feet, but Jesus lifted him up and told him to go. In time, Sanye would understand just what Jesus meant when he said, By your faith is it done, referring only to worldly miracles. Later that day they entered a town, and Jesus, tired out by the trip, sat on a wall while the disciples went ahead of him. Sanye, who walked slower than them because of his huge size, came up to Jesus and sat next to him. Jesus rested his hands on the top of the wall while his feet dangled off the ground, but Sanye, more leaning than sitting, was too tall to get his feet off the ground. Sanye, looking at the dirt, turned to Jesus and was about to speak when Jesus said, Did you walk these past miles frightened by the threats of the money changers? Sanye smiled. He was not surprised that Jesus could perceive his thoughts. Then Sanye said, My father was a wealthy and powerful man. He was unafraid of the Pharisees or the chief priests, but my father always feared the money changers. Jesus put his hand on Sanyi's big shoulder and with a squeeze said, "Sanyi, you who wanted to be a doctor, a healer, you are so close, Sanyi. You may just wake this time, but you still have an important lesson to learn, that you cannot save the world, not even yourself." Then Jesus came down off the wall and went toward his disciples. They were led by Mary Magdalene with a bucket of water, were coming towards Jesus. They reunited as though they had been separated from him for a year rather than just a few minutes. Jesus stroked the side of Mary's face and then hugged her before he drank. Then he touched all the disciples as they gathered round, on the arm or the shoulder or even the top of the head. Sanyi noticed that Jesus had done it to him too. It was Jesus' way of saying, "I acknowledge you even though I am not looking at you speak directly to you right now." Sanyi was not trying to fit into this group, but slowly, stealthily, they were growing effortlessly on him. They were becoming part of what Jesus would call each other's special relationships, a subtle and especially treacherous trap. Then they left that town, and as the evening drew on, found themselves at last in the cool, dark aloneness of the desert. Sanyi was tired. His big legs had carried his large body far, and it felt good to rest them as he leaned back against a stone. He fell asleep briefly, and when he had awakened, Jesus had just returned with his arms full of logs. He dropped them into a pile and then knelt on the ground and started putting them one at a time onto the fire. Sanyi didn't exactly notice when it got completely dark or when Jesus was the totality of his vision. He didn't notice when Jesus went from idle talk to teaching about healing. He didn't even notice that he didn't notice the achiness of his legs and weariness in his large body any longer. All he noticed was what they all notice, was how Jesus became so much bigger when he was teaching, how they were completely absorbed at the moment with Jesus, and each felt that he was speaking only to them. Sanyi was sure of it. "When you are healing," Jesus began, "remember this, the acceptance of sickness as a decision of the mind for any purpose for which it would use the body is the basis of healing, and this is so for healing in all forms. Notice that before I heal them, I ask, do you have faith and I can do this? Then after I heal them, I say, by your faith, I have cured thee. Who then is the physician?" "Jesus," asked Mary Magdalene, "I heard that the young girl whom you cast the demons out of in Cana was levitating and speaking Egyptian, which she had never heard before. Are such things possible?" Jesus stirred the fire and in the distance and cock-cooed. Jesus' white robes were bathed in the firelight, but it was now so cold his breath showed as he spoke. "All these things are possible," he said, "and all these things are not possible too." Then he held the stick that he had just used to stir the fire above the fire for a long moment. Jesus then opened his hand and let the stick drop into the fire. It fell, being engulfed by the licking flames, and there was a sharp sudden report. Why did it fall down rather than up to the heavens? He paused, all looking at each other, searching for exactly what each thought Jesus was searching for. "It is the way things work," Mary said shyly. "Things fall down." Peter and Paul shrugged, saying, "We cannot know such things." But Jesus answered, saying, "Because we, the entire Son of Man, decided in our tiny mad idea to make just such a world. And if someone truly believes that it would fall to the sky, then so would it be." Then Jesus held a large stone the size of an orange over the fire and released it. There it hovered a moment, rolling over in the air before them all, then raised slowly and gently into the dark sky, its underbelly glowing red, getting smaller, smaller, then disappearing altogether, just as the mist from Jesus' mouth, and again the cock cooed. "Remember that we made this world, the sky, and the seas, and all the laws which seemingly govern them, and remember why. In our mind we believe that we took perfect oneness and split from it, thus killing it, for that which is one can never be two. As I have said, this was our sin against God. and I have said that this gives birth to the Io, whom we believe when he says God will punish you." The wind blew cold, from all directions, and Sanyi wondered if it was Jesus or if it was themselves, their guilt made manifest. Jesus continued, "The Io says, think not that he is forgotten. Stay in heaven and face the angry, merciless Father, pursuing his guilty Son, murder in the heart of one, blood on the hands of the other, kill or be killed. At war with God in heaven, this is the Son's dilemma. The Io counsels, you cannot possibly defeat God in heaven, but choose me, and I'll give you a world to hide in, a world which is too big even for Almighty God to find you. One with the sky and mountains and seas and sprawling deserts. Then the Io gives you the body, the one you think you are." Jesus touched his arms with his hands. "And more importantly, the Son provides the laws by which all made-up things behave, for to make the illusion seem real, to make seem real the condemnation of God, the loneliness of infinite separation, the terror of an angry Father in pursuit of the guilty Son." The cock cooed a third time. No one said a thing, nor even did they blink an eye, despite another bone-cracking pop of a log in cold, dry night air. Then, still illuminated by the orange glow of the firelight, Jesus said, "Peace on this," the cold vapor streaming from his breath in white clouds. "Peace to thoughts of loneliness and separation and sin. Peace to the misperceptions called guilt and judgment and pain. Peace on all of the terror of retribution and reprisal forever yet to come, and of an angry Father pursuing his guilty Son. Peace to it all at last, for none of it really happened. The Son is asleep at home dreaming a dream of exile." Another ember burst in the diminishing firefight, and Jesus' voice reverberated from stone to stone and through all their bodies, through Sanyi's body, and there in his big body it remained. Then Jesus paused. Sanyi knew not whether it was for an eternity, for an instant. But when Jesus spoke again, it was softly from the blanketing darkness, saying, "Next time I say only that the next time the Io beckons you to judge a brother, at that time, please, my brother, please choose again." Peace on it. What a beautiful thought, Sanyi reflected. Peace on it, and choose again. And Sanyi, I did choose again, and having done so, put the perfect peace of Jesus to himself. He stretched on his back with one hand under his head, and for a long time just looked without thoughts into the dark sky, then into the cold night air, and went to peace. On the following day, they arrived at Joseph and Mary's house. They were the agonized parents, who Jesus healed by returning them to their natural state, their true state of bliss. It was there that Jesus performed his first miracle of turning the water into wine to celebrate his becoming their son. This time, he would create a feast to celebrate his marriage to Mary Magdalene. Jesus did not wed Mary Magdalene in a way which the world understood. The ceremony took place when she anointed his feet with oil. Sanyi dipped his massive body and twisted slightly his shoulders in an act made naturally being done of a lifetime of the practice of passing through doorways and entering houses. Inside, his nose tasted the sweetest scent of perfume oil he had ever smelled. It wafted gently around the cubicle, soaking every chair and table and drape. It soaked at Jesus' feet. Once inside, Sanyi saw Mary Magdalene caressing Jesus' feet with her tender hands. Then she put the end of her long, beautiful hair into the oil and anointed his feet. Not everyone there realized that from that moment on, Jesus and Mary Magdalene were married, so Jesus proclaimed it. This made Joseph and Mary extremely joyous, but not Judas Iscariot. Judas Iscariot was a thief who Jesus had put in charge of the money purse and helped himself to it. Everyone there wondered why it was that the Christ tolerated Iscariot, so, save for Sanyi, who never even questioned the matter. Jesus did not judge Iscariot, so drew no personal discomfort from the man's transgressions or presence. Only those who practiced true forgiveness could accomplish such a feat. Judas, Jesus realized, was simply learning his life's necessary lessons. When Mary Magdalene had finished anointing his feet with the oil, as if perceiving all their judgment, Jesus spoke more about the matter. Judgment is what the mind made to separate us one from another, a brother from brother, and to create a different experience for each, one which is not true, but seems to be. Jesus continued saying, Judgment, coming from the mind, also turns within and attacks us, creating self-hate and unworthiness. Instead of judging ourselves for having sick thoughts, realize it is just sickness, and turn to love and faith to show him your sick thoughts. Most of all, do not judge yourself. Then Jesus finished saying, Remember always that God is neither temporary nor mercurial, therefore neither are any of his creations. Nothing which is not perfect oneness is of God. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. Jesus and Sanyi on the open sea. After the wedding, Jesus stayed in Cana for 3 days. Then he and his new bride and the disciples and Sanyi left Cana and went to Haifa. There they boarded a large boat to Sidon, for there was a great feud in that land, and Jesus was implored to go there to try to end it, and so he went. When they left landed in the middle of the day, the single sail filled up fast in the afternoon heat. The mood was light-hearted. They were all happy to be done walking and alone together on their little island in the sea. Jesus and Mary danced on the foredeck, while Thomas and Peter fished with nets off the rear deck. Everyone laughed when Thomas caught one. As he showed it to them, flapping around in his hands, they said, Don't you see we have the greatest fisherman in the world right here, and pointed to Jesus. Don't you remember how he turned 4 fish into 4,000? So laughing, Thomas threw the fish back into the sea. Sanyi relished in and shared mutual joy of the moment, even as they teased him mercilessly for his ungainly bulk, which could find no comfortable place to rest. The boat seemed much too small for him. Also, after about an hour had passed, he was becoming visibly sick. This was the reason, rather than his size, that Sanyi stayed out of boats most of the time. Some of the disciples remarked that if Jesus wanted to perform a real miracle, then he should cure Sanyi of his seasickness. But Sanyi, focusing his sight back on the land, said, There is no need to annoy Jesus with little things. I will cure myself. They all laughed again. Jesus sat down and, leaning back against some barrels, offered to help Sanyi. But Sanyi waving his hand and said, I am fine. With that, Mary Magdalene sat down in front of Jesus, and he put his arms around her as she leaned back into him. Sanyi lay down on his side and propped himself up with his right elbow at the rear of the boat. From there he was both a watcher and a participant of the goings-on the little island in the sea. Now what he wanted to was to observe his thoughts in the same way. He saw Mary Magdalene curl up and lean sideways into Jesus as he stretched out completely on the deck. He fell asleep to the rocking of the sea and the raucous sound emanating from the pure joy of being with one another, of being with Jesus. Sanyi woke into a canopy of cacophonous colors that reached down, completely down in, their gaudy boldness to the granite water in every conceivable direction. The gently rolling waves upon the sea were reflected therein strips of clouds across the sky, bathed in orange and purple, and it was possible to believe that a man so large as Sanyi could walk across that sea without so much as getting his big feet wet. And as the sun settled down somewhere in the west, a blood-red attendant moon rose, with cantilevering perfection into the burgeoning night, rising, filling that ever-blossoming evening, eastern sky with the blood red and gold of the dying day's diminishing brilliance. Sanyi watched transfixed as the dance of light took place overhead, a dance he had seen many times on dry land, the banishing of one light-engulfed orb under the rim of the world to be simultaneously replaced by another, rising high above it, only to be followed by another displacement that very day, but never before on such a stage as this. He could seemingly reach into the sky and touch the dazzling dancing colors with his own mighty hand. He almost tried to. Jesus, seeing all of this, presently prepared to gently correct mighty Sanyi, Jesus, Peter, and Mary Magdalene were cooking fish on the foredeck, the scent wafted back, and deliciously tickled Sanyi's senses. Everyone woke and ate. The dinner was delicious. When he was finished, Sanyi went to just behind the mass. It was dark by then, but the moon illuminated a huge swath of the sea, and it seemed that their boat was flying on it, as if it were a cloud in the sky. Sanyi looked to the east and was astounded. Where was the land? For all his worldliness, Sanyi had never been on the open sea far removed from the land. It was amazing. The immense expanse of emptiness defeated his imagination. Lost in its awesomeness, he was unaware of the goings-on in the boat. It took him a while to notice Jesus standing beside him. Jesus was looking up, smiling. "You have never seen anything so grand, have you, Sanyi?" "Ha, drink it all in the entire experience, Sanyi. For the next time you see this, it shall not be half so grand, nor half as much again the time after that." Now it was Jesus that Sanyi studied intently, wondering what could he mean by such words. Jesus perceived his confusion and answered, saying, "The grand new vista or experience is an example where the mind has no prior experience with which to compare. The mad mind searches the past frantically for reference with which it can explain the present experience which it cannot. The awestruck mind is speechless. You think that you are awestruck by something outside of you, yet it comes from aught but within you and splashes onto the outside world like dye into the water. Just as the sunset at which you marveled earlier, it is real only in the mind, for it can be experienced only there. At these times the Io is speechless, and its unreality may be briefly perceived, so that the Holy Spirit can come in. But the Io is quick. It must have you believe that the world is real. So the next time you have the experience, just beneath the surface of your cognizance, the Io lurks and replaces the second experience with memories of the first. This could keep real what is unreal and the Holy Spirit out." Sanyi looked back up at the sky, then out to the sea, and finally back at Jesus, trying to take it all in. But before he could even get started, Jesus gave him even more, saying, "And even the next time is an illusion, just like tomorrow and yesterday, Sanyi. When the mind thinks about yesterday or tomorrow, it thinks about that which does not exist. And when the mind thinks about what it thinks is now, it considers that which has no beginning and no end, yet is eternal. Therefore it does not think, indeed, the greatest illusion the mind is under is that it thinks at all. The equally greatest deception that the Io is under is that it thinks that it is at all." Then Sanyi thought that Jesus must have been alone with him for quite some time now, and the rest of the disciples and Mary Magdalene would soon be coming to him. But when Sanyi looked toward the bow of the boat, he noticed that nothing had changed since Jesus had come to him. Neither had the moon climbed any bit higher in the night sky, nor had even the sail made a ruffle. The whole world, save for he and Jesus, seemed still as a statue. Then Jesus said in a whisper, which nonetheless carried unfettered through the night air across the deck, "Sanyi, I'm just trying to show you how what is now for them is not now for us." Then Jesus turned and went to his disciples at the bow. Sanyi hugged his one knee and let the other straight out and looked up at the stars in quiet contemplation. In Sidon. There was no one on the shore when they landed in Sidon, just south of the Saida citadel. Jesus led his disciples and Mary Magdalene and Sanyi inland for a day to the place in the mountains where the tribes were at war. As the evening drew near and dark, Peter, Paul, and Judas Iscariot prepared a fire and cooked meat of fish which they had carried from the sea. The general sense of goodwill from the boat still prevailed, only that they were hungry and tiring now, and ate mostly in silence. The fire was down to a low glow when Jesus spoke gently on forgiveness, so gently that Sanyi could not even see the spot from which Jesus spoke, whether he was standing or sitting. "This war between these tribes is not like a war of armies," Jesus began. "Armies fight until one is losing and retreats, or even until the last man is dead. These tribes have come into each other's villages and killed each other's wives and children, destroyed each other's crops and animals. They threatened not just each other's lives, but the very things each other held even dearer than life," he continued. Then Simon Peter's urgent voice came through amber darkness, saying, "Then that is the reason you have brought us here, you who heal the injured and bring the dead back to life. For if not you who will stop the slaughter of innocents." Jesus was not disappointed any more than he had been with Judas Iscariot or any of them. Rather, he gently corrected, saying to Simon Peter, even as he had Sanya before, "You cannot save that which is not Simon Peter." Then Jesus continued, saying, All of this is aught but a distraction. It is the purpose of the IO to keep the Holy Spirit out. It is not by good deeds that you get to heaven. It is by the judgment of any deed that keeps you out. No deed done in a false world can be real, but by your judgment you make it seem so. This is what you must all learn, not how to save the world, rather how to forgive it, and to do so with the Holy Spirit rather than the IO. The Holy Spirit does not forgive as the world does. The world recognizes that one has done wrong to the other, that the wronged and the wrongdoer are separate and unequal. The wrongdoer acknowledges his guilt, and then the wronged will grant a pardon to the guilty one by setting all that was wrong to right, but the Holy Spirit recognizes that no one is wronged, no one is guilty, and that no one can do anything to anyone. Our bodies may do all manner of terrible things to other bodies, but none of us is a body. Only when this truth is realized can true forgiveness begin. Only when all forgiveness has been given can we awaken from the dream and return to our home we have never left, which is in heaven. Sanya watched the disciples as they looked questioningly amongst themselves. It was difficult for them to deny the seeming realness of the world. A world dressed up as a puppet in all of its splendors and horrors to seize our attention, to seize us for all time. The IO can paint the world, but only we can judge it to make it seem real. This is what Jesus was teaching. But because Jesus realized that his disciples still believed their dreams to be real, he took them and Mary Magdalene and Sanya down to the village for their own sake rather than for that of the villagers. When they were in the village, fighting was done, but the chaos remained. Screams were the first thing they noticed. The screams of children for their dead parents tore as had the dogs into his own boyhood flesh, and the fact that the screams of children anguished him most informed Sanya about himself. But there was no time for judgment of oneself. There were too many dying to attend to. Sanya was still a physician. Sanya noticed that there were no fires. Indeed, there was nothing to burn, no structure, no crops, nothing of permanence prevailed, as for years they had repelled one vicious attack only to launch another themselves. Even the uninjured were hungry, and in a short time, lacking a substantial peace, these two tribes would be no more. The disciples had spread themselves among the afflicted and desperately urged Jesus to aid the ones who they presently attended. Judas Iscariot and Simon Peter are covered in blood of a mother clutching the limp bodies of her two dead sons. Judas Iscariot and Peter, believing that the children might yet be saved, attempted to do this. Their desperate calls to Jesus could be heard not even by those making them over the vociferous paroxysms of anguish-dying bodies. But Jesus was just now entering the village, walking calmly down the road, his sandals making slight round imprints in the blood-soaked mud, and then staring out upon the manifest violence as if in a dream. Jesus said, "Instead of this, I can see peace." Jesus put his hand on the stomach of a young man dying from a sword which had stabbed him there. The young man grabbed Jesus by his wrist as he did it, but when Jesus pulled his hand away from the man's side, he was healed. A few of the people who saw this were amazed, and they told others about it. Then Jesus walked to the dead body of one of the others had been killed by them. The limp body lay face first in the dirt, with the club that had been used to kill him still buried in his skull. Jesus knelt, put his hands on the man's head, and in a moment The man got up and knew everything that had happened to him. Then the man tried to leave, but those in the village wanted to seize him, for he was one of the others. But Jesus knew their word and told them in their own language to let the man go so that he could return with his own leader, so that they might make peace. Jesus pointed to the top of the hill between the two villages and told them, after the sun rose again, we shall meet there. Then Jesus bade the man go. And even as the man was leaving, Jesus was healing the injured and raising the dead. Because he had saved so many of them, Jesus now had great authority in that place. But one of their elders admonished Jesus for letting the enemy go. But Jesus said to him in his own words, "Where were your men to protect the village by?" Jesus did not wait for an answer, but responded, saying, "They were away attacking the village. See not the speck in your brother's eye until you remove the plank from thine own." This admonition was on the level of the world, but Jesus would soon address them all at the level of the mind. When the sun had risen on the next day, everyone from both villages climbed to the spot Jesus had pointed to. Each remained on the same side as their own village as Jesus, and the disciples and Mary Magdalene and Sanye met the elders on the ridgeline between the two. Sanye and the disciples studied Jesus and the goings-on, but understood it not. Jesus could speak all languages. They could not, but they all sensed great hatred between the tribes, each for the other. If it were not that Jesus held great authority in that place, then surely he would be dead, and the tribes locked in bloody conflict even at this moment. They were all frustrated and fascinated over the several hours that Jesus worked a miracle seemingly greater than bringing the dead back to life. He was bringing peace to a region that had known none for the lifetimes of anyone there on the hill. But then all the elders threw down their swords in a pile and embraced one another in rigid formal hugs, indicating deep distrust. But war was past. Sanye didn't have to understand the intricacies of the language or the doctrine to realize that something amazing had happened. But Jesus said it was as natural as the sunrise. On the hill he returned to the coast. The disciples and Sanye could not contain their curiosity. They implored Jesus to tell them how he had done what he had done. Jesus teased them, saying, "I don't know how I did what I have done." And he tapped Simon Peter on the forehead as he said, "It." Everyone laughed. They walked, and when it was dark, made a fire in a hilly crevice and ate. Sanye could see the firelight, Jesus' face, and the shadow of his head cast on the rock behind him. As always, when Jesus began to talk, nothing else seemed to matter. When you try to make peace, always remember this. You deal with the world of dreams, and you deal with God. On the level of the world of dreams, everybody acts or motivated from a sense of scarcity. It's just as with the money changers and the poor Jews in the temple. Everyone is trying to satisfy their perceived needs, to fill a void. But in reality, there is only one need, and that is the loneliness the Son of Man feels, because he thinks that he did the impossible and separated from God. It is the same sick, insane idea of something that could never really be. Jesus looked back and forth at them as an ember cracked and poked in the fire. I spoke mostly with the chiefs and elders. I chose the chief form of one tribe and asked him, "What do you want from them?" Jesus said it as though he were pointing at someone reenacting the event. He answered me saying, "That man is a murderer. He murdered my son." I already knew that this was so, but I asked so that you might learn from his answer. Then the disciples and Mary Magdalene looked around and questioned among themselves, "What can he mean by this?" But Sanye kept his eyes fixed directly on Jesus. Notice that I asked, "What do you want?" and received instead judgment and condemnation. So I asked him again, "What do you want from this man?" But he could not answer me. So I asked him, saying, "Do these men threaten you when they attack? Do you need more security?" You see, this was his perceived need. You must go past judgment to perceived needs that are being threatened. I say perceived needs, for the son has not a single real need. He is like me. We each have everything, and the difference between us now is that I have nothing else." Then I asked the other chief the same question. "What do you want of this man?" Jesus pointed to his other side, still reenacting it. "They are dogs," he told me. "But what do you want from them?" He could not answer me either, nor would he be able to answer me yet, for he was different from the first chief. His needs were different from the other chief. They all looked at each other and Jesus, but Jesus, looking at the ground, shook his head, then said, "You see, this chief wanted nothing from the other chief. His needs could not be satisfied by the other tribe because he had no needs from them. His needs stemmed from this false sense of worthiness to be chief. He was too young and too inexperienced in battle. His father, a great warrior, had died and he had become chief. In his own mind, he alone perceives his unworthiness. But he casts that unworthiness like paint upon a canvas onto his own tribe, misperceiving it in them. And then he attacks the other tribe again and again for what it does not have, what it cannot give, that he alone can give himself through a simple shift in perspective. But now he sees himself through the eyes of the Holy Spirit, seeing himself as he truly is, as we all truly are, the guiltless, the Son of Man. All was still. Even the flickering of the fire seemed still. Again, when you mediate conflict, pay no attention to the judgment of one side for another. Search instead for perceived lack and fill it. But even doing so, realizing it too is an illusion, for all lack is as a result of a belief in the separation from God that could never have occurred. On the worldly level, it seemed to be an isolated, insignificant peace treaty. But on that level, at least, Sun Yi thought the protracted, disparaging war of attrition between the tribes had come at long last to an end. They came the following day to rest in the shade of a large rock, and there decided to eat. Sun Yi could smell the sea air, hidden by the hill to their west, the other side of which sloped gently to the sea. As they sat there, Jesus said to them, "We return now to Jerusalem for the religious festival. There I will be taken up by the Romans at the behest of the money changers and the Jewish authorities, and they will seemingly do all manner of things to me." Sun Yi felt his stomach coming up through his throat, and amongst the astonished disciples there was a much agitated discussion. Mary Magdalene remained serene, standing to Jesus' side. Then Simon Peter, who counted on Jesus the most, rushed toward his master, saying, "No, no, Jesus, don't go to the festival in Jerusalem. Stay away from that place." Then Jesus put his hand on Peter Simon's head and said gently, "Peace on this, Peter." Then Jesus turned to them all to say without judgment, "You yet lack the discipline, so I remind you that this is all a dream." Jesus tugged at his arm as he said this. "It is important that you see this, and that you forgive this as I have, which is through the eyes of the Holy Spirit. I forgive it, realizing that it never happened. Though their bodies may crucify my body in the dream, in truth no one has done harm to anyone, because no one is a body. This realization is the essence of true forgiveness. Therefore the world will say that I was torn and shredded and made to suffer mightily, but know that I do not share this opinion with them. Therefore peace to this silliness, peace to you all." Sun Yi observed Jesus putting the perfect peace of God to the disciples, and observed too how they did shun it, even as he had in the boat on the return voyage from Sidon. But not now, not this time. They had been gone for exactly 30 days, and nothing of the world had changed, only their information about it. They each suffered now for separation that was about to come, as though it had already happened, the anticipation making it seem real. Jesus, though, did take pity on them, just as he had the childless parents, Mary and Joseph. He took pity on them as he did all dreamers, because they believed their dreams to be true. So he gently reminded them that when the mind thinks about the future, it thinks about that which is not, and therefore nothing in the future could harm any of them now. But Sun Yi did not feel better. The same boat which had floated them merrily here seemed now to be a death ship, as a deep melancholy set in as a cloud over them. They had set sail in the late afternoon, and Simon Peter sailed the boat directly east until they could see land no more before turning south towards Jerusalem. It became dark around then, but Sanyi did not notice the full moon until it was almost straight up in the sky, did not notice it until the clouds came in to obscure it. Then he remembered what Jesus had told him, that it would not seem half so grand the next time. The storm moved in rapidly, the wind picked up, and it grew cold. Jesus slept like the rest of them, took down the sail, and threw up the tarps in the slanting rain. As Sinai pulled a blanket around himself, he thought about the dreaded future against all of Jesus' past teaching and his own current knowledge. The mind cannot think about that which isn't it, therefore thinks about neither the future nor the past. So there is only now, and it is forever. This is what Jesus had preached so fervently so often, but suddenly, even forever seemed to be so very fleeting. Jesus could so easily save himself. With his hand, he could wave the Romans and the money changers into the sea. Why didn't he do it? Sonia wanted to wake Jesus and beg him to do so just as Peter had, but to what end? And it wasn't odd that he who has everything but nothing else was the only one unafraid. But as Sonia deeply lamented over Jesus' future, in the cold, as the rain dropped heavily into the hard canvas, a tiny idea of a different sort crept into his mind. It was an awareness of what Jesus wanted for them when he rebuked Simon Peter. It was something more important than the body of Christ, more important than all bodies altogether. Something more important than even happiness here in this world. It was that Jesus wants us to use this, to practice our own forgiveness, to deliver us from this world. Jesus was as indifferent to our happiness in this world as he was dedicated to our salvation. For Jesus, it was only our salvation that was of significance. This Sanyi realized as daylight came, yet it did not aid to ameliorate his sadness. The sun did rise, but did not show through the clouds, for a storm had formed. A cloud does not put out the sun, Sanyi recalled, but the remembering did not help him to feel better. Then he lay his big body down on a bed of fishnet, but did not sleep. He was awakened by Thaddeus when they disembarked at Yaffo. Sanyi looked around himself as he staggered out of the boat. Towards the sea, the clouds hung oppressively low to the gray horizon. To the east lies Jerusalem, and somewhere between here and there, Jesus would be taken up by the Romans at the behest of the money changers. Sanyi felt his mind say, and heard its voices. They told him, "You are going to lose him and all that you love." But Sanyi neither obeyed nor resisted, neither did he listen to them. He did not notice when he could not hear them any longer, that would be many miles away. But the gray and melancholy that had seemed so oppressive just moments ago seemed now a slight, cool comfort as he walked. It wasn't a shift in perspective, a miracle, but it was a single crucial baby step. On the way to Jerusalem, there came a man to them saying, "Are you the Christ whom we seek, or shall I ask another?" Jesus stopped walking but did not answer him. Then the man said, "I have a sister who is possessed, and only Christ can save her." But Jesus perceived his treachery and answered him, saying, "Return to Nicodemus and tell him that you have found me." So the man turned toward Jerusalem and ran there. To all of the disciples, Mary Magdalene and Sanyi, there came a grave fear. But Sanyi, as he had the night on the boat with, neither accepted nor denied his fear. He simply watched it. When they came to Jerusalem, it was on the day before the Passover festival. A man came to him and said, "You are Jesus the Christ. I saw you in the temple, which the money changers had turned into a market. Come, you and your friends, to my home, and we shall feast and drink wine." So Jesus, the disciples, Mary Magdalene, and Sanya went with the man to supper. The Last Supper. Sanya once again took up his self-appointed position as participant and observer as Jesus and his disciples and Mary Magdalene had supper. Because of his great size, Sun Yu took up a place on the floor in front of Christ, much as he had been on the boat. As he listened to the mingling subdued sounds of the supper, the long table with Jesus at its center, and everybody leaning as trees in the wind towards him. Save for Jesus, no one spoke, and Sun Yu pondered his own significance here. Unlike the other 12, Jesus had not chosen him, rather he had chosen to follow Jesus uninvited. But Jesus, so inclusive, so uniting, would have declined no one. Why was he the only one to choose Jesus? He couldn't understand his own question. He was not separate from the group, but more like the means by which the group could observe itself. He was as the third eye by which sees in totality what the other 2 eyes cannot. Then Sun Yu smiled to himself as the understanding unannounced suddenly appeared. Rather than a loving father punishing his son for all the sins of the world yet to come, Jesus, he realized, was orchestrating all of these events up to his own crucifixion, insisting upon it. Why else would he who could deliver himself immediately not do so? Even the martyr is selfish, had not Jesus said so himself? Then a peace came to him, not the final peace that was near at hand, but yet to come, but a broad and gentle peace. So he was calm as Jesus rose to say these words, "Love one another, not as the world knows love, which is to gain love in return, but as the Holy Spirit does, which is simply to love, as I have loved you, so you love the world. The world will not love you in return, but you do not need its love. You need only to forgive the world as it is not there. This is the path out of the dream, the way out of the nightmare. All of you, all of your sad, suffering brothers and sisters will make it. It has already been accomplished. Some of you this time, some of you will make it another time, but the Son of Man will make it. There is aught else he can do, for by the grace of the Father, it is already done. Even so, the dream seems to live on, and will until the Son of Man remembers this time to laugh at his own tiny mad idea. Until then, forgive the world and its trespasses. Remember, we are each of us figments of guilt-ridden dream. We share many dreams and many lifetimes. We are both man and woman, predator and prey, teacher and student, and master and slave. But I'm telling you the truth, that the time will come and is already here, that the predator no longer hungers for the prey, and the master is free from his slaves. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God." And then Jesus said, "God has no fists, love is not a weapon, nor is salvation a bargain for obedience. That which is irrevocably granted can only be refused, but never rescinded." This is what Sun Yu learned from Jesus, that what is real, not that which is perceived to be real. A cloud does not put out the sun. But when Jesus told them that his time had come, despite all his teachings that the world was a meaningless dream, a pall was cast across the entire room and into the soul of each and every one of them. Judas Iscariot openly wept. Jesus went to him, slowly knelt across the table from him, and put his hand on his head. Then he told Judas to take the money bag, and returned with some wine, some supplies for the festival, then to go and get a prostitute to ease his pain. So Judas took the money bag and left. After Judas left, much sadness remained in the room, so Jesus took the rest of them and went to the other side of Kidron Brook. There was a garden in that place, and Jesus and the disciples and Mary Magdalene went in. Meanwhile, Judas found the wine and the supplies for the festival and returned with them to where they had the Last Supper. When he found no one there, he became very sad, but instead of finding a prostitute as he had thought to do now, he thought to find Jesus and be with him. He knew that Jesus would likely be at the garden by Kidron Brook, because the disciples had met there with him many times. But what Judas did not know is that the man whom they had passed on the road to Jerusalem was following him. The man whose treachery Jesus had perceived sent someone to fetch Nicodemus and the Romans, and they followed Judas to where Jesus was. The Romans came upon Jesus and the disciples and Mary Magdalene and Sunny in the Garden of Gethsemane. Pointing to Jesus, Nicodemus said, "That is him there, seize him." Whereupon the soldiers moved toward Jesus, who was walking towards them, saying, "I am Jesus Christ. If you are looking for him, then you have found me." Before Sanyi even saw him, Peter took up his sword and cut off the ear of one of the arresting soldiers. Sanyi understood at once that even now, in Peter's perception, Jesus needed physical protection from a physical world. But Jesus had always taught that there is no world. So Jesus said to Peter, "Peter, put back your sword, for as I have taught, no man can attack his brother for any reason without guilt, and any man who experiences guilt shall expect punishment. And as I have also taught, of any man expecting punishment, so then shall that same man receive it." Then Jesus stepped forward and touched the soldier Peter had wounded on his bloody ear and healed him. Then Sanyi, upon seeing the example of forgiveness set by Jesus in a world of illusion, found the perfect peace of God as he stepped at last fully into his right mind. Jesus paused and then, turning to the others, said, "Let these others go." But Nicodemus remembered what Sanyi had done to his money changers in the market, and he said to the Romans, "Let them go, all of them, except that one there, the big one." And then Sanyi, as did Jesus, allowed himself to be seized and taken away by the Romans. Sanyi watched the Romans as they lead Jesus away. Jesus disappeared down the road, and Sanyi never saw Jesus again, ever. The last thing he heard was Judas wailing aloud again and again into the night. They were taking Jesus to be crucified, but they had many different plans for Sanyi. And as his ever-deepening sadness of missing Jesus mingled with the lamentation of the agony he knew that he would endure, Sanyi still would have lamented just as much over his own if he could have had any idea what it was. For where money changers and the Jewish authorities take prisoners, Romans take slaves. They took Jesus firstly to Caiaphas, the high priest, that year. Caiaphas questioned Jesus about his teachings. Jesus said about those teachings, that nothing in this world save God in heaven is real. God is. The rest is not. Everything that you see, feel, and know is an illusion. All the world is but a dream within a dream 1,000,000 times over. Jesus had never been sent to the world to suffer and pay for the sins of mankind, for mankind had no sins for which to pay. He had been sent instead to teach forgiveness and shorten the journey that we had each of us completed before it was begun. Caiaphas laughed, but he found no quarrel with Jesus' teachings, for Jesus never said that he was Lord or a king. But Caiaphas and the temple were also under the domain of the money changers, for that is why he had turned the temple into a market. So Caiaphas sent Jesus still bound up to Pontius Pilate. It was early in the morning when Jesus arrived at the palace of Pontius Pilate. The Jews themselves could not enter the palace of Pontius Pilate, for they wanted to keep themselves ritually pure so that they might eat the Passover meal that day. So Pontius Pilate went out to them and asked, "What do you accuse this man of?" The Jewish authorities answered, "We would not have brought him to you if his crimes were not serious." Pontius Pilate, too, could find no wrong in Jesus. But Pilate was a politician and wanted to appease the money changers and the high priest. Just as Jesus had taught, Pontius Pilate, seeking to satisfy his own short-term perceived needs, gave Jesus to the Jews. When Pilate asked the Jews what he should do with Jesus, the response was loud and immediate. They said, "Crucify him." Then Pontius Pilate took Jesus and had him whipped. The soldiers made a crown of thorny branches and put it on his head, and they found a purple rope and put it on him. Then they dragged Jesus back out before the crowd, and the crowd said, "Crucify him." When the servants told Lucilla that there was someone at the door, she had been expecting Sanyi, but the man standing there instead was Judas. He was weeping, and he was drunk, and he dropped to his knees on the floor before her. "Where is my husband?" was all she could think to ask. Through tears that he could hold back for only seconds, Judas told her that they had both been taken up by the Romans. Then Judas found his feet and left. Walking into the night, what he didn't tell Lucilla, because he was unaware of it, was that after they took Jesus away, the Roman spies stood up and paid Judas 30 pieces of silver that he never wanted for doing what he'd never known that he had done. When he learned that the spy had followed him to where Jesus and Sanye, where he went, found a piece of rope and hanged himself. Lucilla heard Judas say that Jesus and Sanye were taken up by the Romans, but she thought he said they were taken up together. So panicked, she went off to find them. So terrified had she been of losing Sanye to Jesus, she never thought that he could be taken by the Romans instead. One thing that she could have never foreseen was that before Jesus could be nailed to a blood-soaked cross in Jerusalem, Sanye would be shackled in the hold of the slave ship set sail for Roma, and joy was what she would never know again. When Lucilla arrived at Pontius Pilate's palace, looking for Sanye, she did not know that they were already separated by years and thousands of miles. She could only hear the throng screaming about Jesus, "Crucify him." It was not unlike the masses she would later hear in the gladiatorial arena. She moved eagerly to the front, but when she saw the bloody disarray that had become of Jesus standing next to Pontius Pilate, she fainted. It was only the sharp impact of her kneecaps on the ground which woke her. She looked back up at Jesus, whose blood-soaked face she could barely recognize. How could this happen? She asked herself. Grief for Jesus set in deep and instantly. Who would do such a thing to him, to anyone? But as she would see, the Romans were just beginning to torment the Christ. Lucilla somehow managed to capture Pontius Pilate's attention. Being beautiful had some advantage, yet it was impossible to change the course of some events once set in motion. She beseeched him to stay his hand, but he was just beginning to wash them. He looked directly into her eyes as he dipped them into the bowl. "You can wash the blood, not the deeds from your palms," she screamed, though he didn't hear her, through the vociferous din of the mob. Then she looked at Jesus. Blood was thick and pouring around his eyebrows, and also oozing from the top of his head and down beside his face. Though his lips never moved, it sounded like he said to her, "I know." She looked at her own palms, then buried her face in them, and dropped to her knees, unable to believe her eyes. The guards pushed Jesus down the stone steps. She heard him groan and fall off each level to the next one with a sickening bloody thud. Jesus was thrown to the stones in the center of the villa with a deep thump, and the people dispersed around him. Spread out on his stomach, he was whipped, but not so much as to completely incapacitate him. He still had a cross to bear. Then the guards cleared a way to the fountain and took Jesus by the feet and dragged him to it. They set him upright and pushed him back against it. His head hung down, and the guards grabbed it and reset the crown of thorns upon it, digging it, twisting it deeper. Blood poured from newly opened wounds as they did this. Next they threw him on his hands and knees and brought the cross. They put it across his back and wrapped and tied his hands around it. They commanded Jesus to carry it, but Jesus was weak. His right leg quivered and he put it down again. Lucilla heard a whip whistle through the wind and rip more flesh from Jesus' side and back. Jesus felt the pain, but his body was too weakened to react. Slowly, unsteadily, Jesus rose to his feet and slowly began to drag his cross behind him. This, Lucilla thought, can't be possible. She was on her knees when she opened her eyes. She could not believe that so much blood had come from one man. Even the water in the fountain had turned to a blood-red hue. She pulled back her hair and put it behind her head, and then with her skirt tried to soak up blood as though to recover and restore it to him at a later time. She could hear the sounds of the tormenting crowd following Jesus up the hill to where he would be crucified. She wanted to hide, she wanted to die, and she wanted to have never existed. Instead, she came to her feet and staggered off in pursuit of them. She walked through the streets in much the same manner as she would later leave the arena. But it was the first time she'd ever known such a feeling as despair. Misery was as strange to her as it was indescribable. She had not in her short, sheltered life experienced anything like it, nor wildly imagined such a thing possible. But the time would come, and was already, that it would become more than familiar. It would be her entire world. She arrived at the place where they would crucify Jesus as he was being nailed to his cross. She thought he was already dead, but when the Roman drove the spike through his palms, and Jesus' galvanized body jumped again and again, so that only his hands touched blood-stained timber, screaming. She had never heard a man scream before, and this was anything but human. But what else, then, is crucifixion? Lucilla could feel the painful friction of every inch of the nail in her own body. The anguish didn't stop with the one hand. A guard rammed another spike through the other. Standing at Jesus' feet, Lucilla knew that his suffering was so great that it encompassed the pain of all of mankind. Now she wanted so desperately to save the same man she had thought that she hated. But what could she do? She went towards him, but the guard pushed her back. Jesus lifted his head to look at her, to speak. Then the soldier, becoming indifferent to both of them, led her through to Jesus. She put her ear to his bloody lips so that she could hear his bloody wet voice against her ear. His voice was a raspy whisper that said, "I can see peace instead of this." But Lucilla did not hear this, for the voice was too low and weak. She understood only that the man suffered mightily and failed completely to change the world. What she did not understand was that Jesus had said, "I come not to change the world, rather to change your mind about the world." And lacking that understanding, Jesus presently achieved a level of peace she could not hope to accomplish. Then the guard pushed her away again. She hit the ground on hands and knees, mixed with blood and sand, and had unknowingly missed an important lesson, the thing about Jesus which she least understood, and, to her utmost detriment, that even while being crucified, Jesus could always see aught but peace. Then the soldier crossed Jesus' feet and drove the spike through them both. Initially, his body tensed, but then Jesus forgave the pain, and his body relaxed. The guiltless mind cannot suffer. And so it was that Jesus' mind did not suffer, even when they drove the final huge silver spike through his side. Jesus remained calm. So calm was it that she thought he was dead. But when they hoisted the crucifix upright, the wind blew cold from across the gorge behind it. Jesus looked up, but the sun was still in his eyes. Lucilla could not now see the pain in him. Looking up at him, her only hope was that he would soon give up the ghost. Behind her, she saw Mary, the mother of Jesus, and Mary Magdalene weeping. It was a different wind, a bitter one that blew hard as it lifted Mary's dress and pushed her back. Lucilla didn't see the thunderbolt of lightning, but rather sensed it raise her skin, lifting every follicle straight, then the deafening, instantaneous, sudden crash of thunder. Other than she and Mary and the Romans, there was almost no one else. For all of the multitudes whom he had saved from suffering, there was no one else to witness his. Only the jeers of the onlookers saying, "He who rescued others cannot rescue himself." Then they threw stones at him, but Jesus understood their attack for what it truly was, a desperate call to love, and said, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." She looked back up at Jesus, and the sky behind the crucifix was black. The rain came suddenly and hard. Another thunderbolt of lightning struck diagonally across the sky, and the thunder shuddered the ground. Jesus looked up and screamed something which she could not hear, and then he gave up the ghost. His body hung on his arms as limp as string. The rain slammed deafening against the ground and tore into their bodies. The growling shriek drowned for the time all other things. A guard stabbed Jesus with a spear. His body did not move, but blood gushed from his side and ran down to the base of the crucifix in a torrent. It will never run dry, she thought, holding herself up against the wind as best as she could. When she looked up, the entire sky was raining blood red. What she heard next was louder than even that of Christ's screams, louder than anything she ever had or would ever hear again. A thick, powerful bolt of lightning electrified the air instantly before striking the crucifix. Electricity covered her skin, the wet hair on her arms rising, and then she covered her head with her arms while dropping to her elbows and knees before the cross bearing the dead and crucified body of Christ. The rain had ripped most of the clothing from her skin and from her elbows. She looked back up at the crucifix as another lightning strike lit the night, and in the electric light, all she could see for all of her efforts was a silver spike on a bloody cross. The body of Christ was gone, had completely vanished. For a near second, there was a dark, dead calm. Then the rain came down horizontally and ripped at her olive skin. She paid no attention to it. From her knees, she cleared the stringy strands of hair from her dark and tear-shot eyes. She looked to her left at Jesus' Mother Mary, and Mary Magdalena clutching each other in a tearful embrace. They clearly saw the body of Christ. To her right, strangers, some throwing stones, at the dead body of Christ. She tried to look back up at the cross, but terror overtook her, the terror that she would not perceive the body of Christ there. She didn't leave that place until it became impossible to stay. The wind seemed to push her back down the hill, and so she went. But she never looked back upon that cross, nor did she ever again witness the visage of the crucified body of Christ. Lucilla at length returned to her home, soaked to the bone and shivering from the cold, informed by the servants that Judas had hanged himself. She was too enervated to manifest a single subtle reaction. Sanyi, she thought, wanting nothing save to be in his warm touch, so she went to where she knew he could be. There she found Peter and Paul and Mary Magdalene and others. From their manner she could tell that something was dreadfully wrong. After all that had occurred on this day, Lucilla thought that she was emotionally broken and could feel pain no more. But for beautiful, protected, and privileged Lucilla, life as she had known it to be was no more. It remained for her to discover how terribly and permanently she could truly hurt. A slave. As Lucilla was looking up at an empty, bloody cross, at that same moment, Sanyi awoke gagging and coughing as the salt water went through his nose and down his throat. He had been rendered unconscious 3 days prior, but the water woke his body instantly to acute panic. Blind in the darkness, with lungs already burning, with their own acrid expulsions, the thought that his brain excreted was that, "I need to breathe." But then Sanyi gently remembered that, "I don't need anything, my body needs to breathe, yet I have all that I need and nothing else." Then at peace he saw with the mind his body from above the battlefield. By that vantage point, his body was shackled to the bulkhead of a slave ship which was sinking. The burning in his lungs intensified, as did the anguished screams of men afraid to die. But Sanyi was not afraid of anything, realizing that he was not going to die, but rather had never been born at all. It was then that Jesus came to him, saying, "Sanyi, this is a course in the miracles. Please take down all that I give you." "Jesus," Sanyi asked, "how did you get here?" And Jesus replied in a light tone that asked, "Don't you already know? I walked." His head dipped under the water, and he went to sleep again. Unconscious, his head rose up and bobbled in the water against the bulkhead. The storm still raged, and waves continued to break over the deck, but somehow the sailors managed to keep the ship afloat until it subsided. It took 3 more days for the ship to make Roma. They were 3 horrific days of starvation, disease, and the constant threat of sinking again. But Sanyi knew of none of it until he awoke at the coast of Ostia, east of Roma. From there, he and the other slaves were taken to work at a rock quarry to the east of Roma. For most of Roma's male slaves taken near and far, there are only 2 possibilities: swift and certain death by attempted escape or a slow death by slave labor in the rock quarries. But for gentle Sanyi, there was a third yet unknown way. The quarry. To the workers concentrated there, the quarries were a place of desperation, a hopeless pit from which none could emerge. The old and feeble were fortunate and broke soon. The young and mighty took longer, providing more labor for the Romans, but starved and worked to death, no one left the quarries, and sooner or later all of their bodies broke. For 11 months Sanyi had watched his body wintering away. When he was arrested with Jesus, he was powerful and stocky. Now he was tall, skinny, and starving. Sanyi knew that the end for his body lay at hand deep in the bottom of this pit, and he knew it would be soon. But Sanyi also knew that he was not a body. This awareness made the apparent destruction acceptable. He thought he understood why the Christ was so joyful. It was to the degree that he was needless. Understanding the falseness of the world means understanding the falseness of need and want and scarcity. Even now, fully expecting that he would soon awake in heaven from which he never left, Sanyi was not distressed. He could not see through the dream or manipulate it directly, as could Christ. By his faith, he was already free. His body was what was exhausted, and that mightily so. Sanyi put his head down, nearly naked and cold, wondering, how many more months? 2 or maybe 3. He knew that he would be dead soon, even though they had doubled the rations the past few days, and he casually wondered why, and on this very morning all was to be revealed, for there was already a great excitement in the camp. Today a lanista would visit in search of gladiatorial talent. To some men, it meant a way out, most simply meant a better way out, to all many things better than this. To all save Sanyi. His body, though far from frail, had been greatly emaciated. He doubted that any lanista would choose him, or any of the men there for that matter. When the lanista did arrive, all the men stood eagerly in line, while those with the strength hoped. But the lanista went up the line in front and down the line behind, selecting no one. It was like he wasn't really even looking. No one caught his eye, but there was a man who intended to make the lanista look. Sanyi was watching the lanista leave when he shockingly felt his head snapped back. So far, all he could see was blue sky as a charging bull slammed into him from behind. When he hit the ground, his face was in the sand, but he had no idea what was happening. He was able to get his arms up underneath him, and with dirt dripping off his face, he was rolled over to see Vibius raining down punches on his face. This was odd indeed. Vibius was the only man in camp nearly as large as he. They had never spoken, and every man in camp was worked too hard to engage in extraneous violence, until now. Sanyi bucked his hips wildly, throwing Vibius forward, forcing his hands on the ground to keep himself righted. That allowed him to wiggle free and get to his feet. Vibius stood and charged instantly, clenched tight fists at the end of wildly spinning arms that seemingly made Vibius as dangerous to himself as anyone else. Sanyi was able to duck under the first salvo, but he did so with his eyes closed. He could not react to Vibius' second attack. Initially standing on his feet seemed to be the correct strategy, but when Vibius' granite fists dug into his ribs, Sanyi rethought the ground strategy. So Sanyi wrapped his still powerful arms around Vibius' body, and gave a mighty hug. It broke Vibius like a huge oak, and as he grunted they both crashed to the ground, and here they were again, but this time Sanyi on top. He had an intuitive sense that it was the superior position, but no idea how to take advantage of it, and Vibius was wiggling free. Reflexively, Sanyi pinned the other man's arms under his knees, and then with his left hand, he turned the other man's head so that the right side of his face was pressed hard into the sand. This was well and good, but control was tenuous, so, with a sense of urgency, Sanyi drew back his huge left fist and prepared to drive it home, but someone pulled him from the elbow from behind. It was the lanista. He had decided to take a look after all. The 2 slaves were taken from the quarry via a single ox-drawn cart, large enough to hold 8 or 9 average-sized men, just enough space to afford them a modicum of comfort. The quarry itself was located near, and already providing material for what would be in fewer than 50 years, the most recognizable arena the world would ever know. A slaughterhouse for the ages centered in the grand expanse of Roma. Nearly 70 years before, a slave army led by a gladiator named Spartacus had swept the length and breadth of the peninsula of Italy before being finally contained by Marcus Crassus and his 50 legions. But that gladiator, seeing no way to replace the old order with aught but the new old order, never approached Roma. And here was Sani, at the spectacular center of the world. For now the cart was forced to move slowly along the roughly placed cobblestones in the broad and tempestuous Via Nomentana as it thronged in the commerce of Roma. If all roads lead to Roma, then Sani thought they all lead first to the Nomentana. There were votive offerings from sellers and desperate pleas from buyers as they exchanged fruits and vegetables for animals, large and small. They traded art and artifacts, sigilla, clay figurines. They bought and sold everything imaginable. They bought and sold animals and slaves. Perishable items were sold and immediately eaten. Prepared foods included hot sausages and pastries, and chickpeas were all eaten on the run. The Nomentana for a length paralleled the equally mighty Tiber, then crossed it and continued north through the spillage of humanity across its thresholds and onto its hard, irregular cobblestones. All about there were the statues and buildings, intricate monuments, fountains, and the awe-inspiring aqueducts which passed overhead on arched passageways in the sky. Sani looked up as he passed through the shade of one of its broad filigree archways. From its shade he could see the sunlight flowing, cascading as the water around a dam. When he was thrust back into the naked rays of the sun again, he found himself flowing again through the sea of humanity. And it seemed that if one more cart or mule or man or woman stepped out onto it, then surely it would sink. But it held afloat, and they were drawn its length flowing and mixing on the wild and winding, broad and turbulent Via Nomentana. Vibius was obviously affected, lifted even by the perceived energy of the gladiator for the crowd. But Sani remained calm about all of this, for he remembered what Jesus had said to them in the boat on the way to Sidon. The mind seeks to make much of, especially those things which it had no experience. Yet it was aught but a distraction. But Sani would not be distracted by a world that did not exist any more than the guilt which put it there. Knowing that nothing here was real, only that it seemed to be, he smiled, observing these thoughts as he would puppets on a stage. He could see and hear them, but not go on stage with, nor become one of them. Thus he was in the world, but not of the world. Sani watched his mind thinking about its thoughts. Eventually, just as the mountain gives way to foothills, and they in turn to the flat plains, so to the wide Via Nomentana finally waned into a thin strip of dirt worn into the grass. It was many hours after that the cart turned west and headed to the sea and the port city of Roma Ostia. Sani rode in the rear of the cart with his hands hugging his knees. Vibius, who had attacked him, sat front, diagonally across, with his legs outstretched, suffering from cramps. The two men were not allowed to speak, so Vibius glanced askance at Sani for any clues, but Sani was deep in consideration of what had happened between them. He had, of course, perceived Vibius's motives, but what he contemplated now were his own. The attack was a complete surprise. His body had defended itself reflexively and instinctually. The suddenness and ferocity of the attack left him no time to do otherwise. His body had taken over, but Sani remembered what Jesus had said, that forgiveness is still and quietly does nothing, for in a world which is nothing, nothing need be done. So through it all he had been at peace. He judged neither the attack nor the attacker. In fact, he had forgiven it without judgment, at this moment holding his knees and bumping along in the back of an ox-drawn cart with the man he had just fought. He was as indifferent to everything in the past as he was to what could be in the future, indifferent even to gentle Lucilla, who would by now surely constipated with grief, not of cruelty, rather because there was simply nothing to be done about it, and so he did nothing, remaining as indifferent to the fight as he was toward gaining his freedom in the gladiatorial arena or dying in the rock quarry. God's will be done. Sanyi did what Jesus had done, the only true thing there was to do, forgive as would the Holy Spirit, and so was at peace. The two weren't permitted to speak until they stopped at Riverside, and Sanyi assured him that all was well. Both men were too parched to urinate, but Vibius's condition improved soon after he drank. Sanyi was not thirsty. He was aware, however, that his body was so. He drank until he thought that it had enough. When the cart finally stopped, they were almost to the sea at Ostia, where the Tiber River split, and the water which went one way from there would not meet up again with the water that went the other way until the Tyrrhenian Sea. It was in this place that the men's new lives began. The Ludus. When the two men arrived at the Ludus, they immediately swore their oath of loyalty to their new owner of that land, a stingy little nobleman named Vettius. In their recital, the new initiates swore to be burned, beaten, killed, and die on the sands for their new owner or dominus. They were entering the nightmarish kill-or-be-killed world of the gladiator, deliverance from which rested firmly and solely on the knowledge that even as Jesus had known upon the cross that he was not a body. The Ludus of Vettius was a 2-story rectangular building with its longer side facing east and west. To the west beyond the walls lay the Mediterranean Sea. The main training area consisted of the sandy pit in the middle. Spaced evenly between the broad rectangular columns were the men's quarters, a hospital, baths, beds, and the kitchen which cooked up a steady diet of bland beans and barley. Every gladiator was intensely muscled, but that muscle, and importantly the vessels carrying blood to them, was well protected by a layer of fat. Absent was much of the Baroque opulence of traditional Roman architecture that was spared for more ostentatious offices and upper-floor living space of Vettius. There was space enough up there for a large family, but Vettius lived alone. On that higher level were fountains on each of the longer sides, and attendant leafy green plants, filigree art, and ornaments so filled the walls that there remained not a square inch of bare wall on the inside, all going unappreciated and unnoticed by the imperious Vettius. Outside, the sand leaning against the west wall sloped gently to the sea, intermingling with the mercurial coastline, rising and falling there, shaped by its daily battle with the Mediterranean Sea. But that sea would never rise so high as some men hoped as to threaten the imprisoning structure itself. On the western side of the Ludus higher up, nearer to the Ludus itself, lay about 20 graves in a graveyard, the only way by which some of Vettius's more unfortunate investments to purchase their freedom. The length of the western wall was relieved by an iron-gated door. The breadth of 20 horses, just above the arch on the outside wall, was a large V in gold. As with all of his ostentatious wealth, Vettius paid no attention to it whenever he passed under, attended by his servants and soldiers. Between the main gate and the graves, and several feet higher than the rest of the red sand, was a wide, flat patio space where Vettius and guests could enjoy the sunsets and sea. But Vettius rarely had guests, reserving it instead as a reward for satisfactory training effort during the day if his doctore, or gladiator trainer, so granted. Then the men were permitted to gather there and discuss the day's events during the cool of twilight. Escape was unthinkable. Romans were extremely equitable in who they selected as slaves coming from all quarters and 4 corners of the empire. There were slaves and criminals from the mines and quarries, mixed with former freemen who sold themselves to noblemen such as Vettius to gain coin or forgive the debt. To Sanyi, the contrast could not have been starker. For men like Vibius, the baths and rub-downs were luxurious. Former freemen interpreted the same experience at the same time as imprisonment and a loss of everything they held dear. One group of men was ecstatic, the other dismayed. It had nothing to do with the men's pasts, and everything to do with what Jesus said. Some will make a heaven of hell, others a hell of heaven. Both Sanyi and Vibius were still exhausted from the rock quarry, but their training began promptly the following morning. Practicing with Vibius made one thing very clear to Sanyi, which was that with a sword in his hand, Vibius was much better. Vibius, rather than being a political or religious prisoner, had been captured during battle by the Romans. He was a seasoned warrior, and it showed. Vibius liked Sanyi, they trained often, and within weeks Vibius was showing him very treacherous little tricks that only a seasoned warrior could know. Sanyi never thought of using them yet, but he genuinely appreciated the gesture. All of the training took place under the stern eye of the Doctora. No one knew his name. They just called him Doctora. He was a fierce, mean Gaul who had won a wooden sword of the freedom with an astonishing 23 victories in the arena, a feat not to be accomplished again. It was said in the Ludus that to be as good as Doctore was to gain one's freedom, for then surely no one could defeat you in the arena, but no one was yet as good. Under Doctore, training was intense, but not cruel. To avoid the staggering heat, training took place in 2 shifts of 3 hours each. The first was at sunrise, the second began at 3 hours after midday. The gladiators were a highly valued investment, and Doctore meant to maximize Vibius's returns. Doctore was immediately impressed with Vibius, but he could not understand Sanyi. The big man was not a trained fighter, neither was he fierce nor aggressive. But he trained with more intensity than any man he had ever seen, trained himself to exhaustion each session, and was soon the best fighter for his experience that he had ever seen. 11 months of labor in the quarries could not account for it. Such labor destroyed men rather than fortifying them. Once, as punishment for poor performance, Doctore trained the entire Ludus to the last man standing. It was Sanyi. He was impervious to pain, and would absolutely not complain. Doctore concluded he must have been a spiritual leader, because his mind was stronger than any man he'd ever known. What Doctore could not know was that it was the guiltless mind of Sanyi from which his body drew its strength. Still, Doctore was concerned that Sanyi might never become a gladiator. For all of his other attributes, he was clumsy, and his bulk, which was an advantage in unarmed combat, was a disadvantage to a smaller man, swiftly wielding a sharp gladius. Vibius was exceptional. Hopefully his added tutorship might make the difference. Hopefully. Doctore was not the only warrior to notice something about Sanyi. Vibius had himself noticed these traits, and more. Vibius had talked with and taught Sanyi over many hours, more than any other man in the Ludus. During the cool of the dusk, some men would sit on the patio and watch the sky turning hues as the Roman summer sunset in the west. For all the initiates, it was a natural custom, including the former nobleman from Hispania, Asinius. Each evening the men would join, recline, and view the splendor and ardor, some wishing even to become the sky to escape the captivity of the Ludus. On one such evening, just as the sun began its ritualistic decline in the west, as its rays changed from direct to indirect as it began to sink slowly in the Mediterranean Sea, just as the eye could look at it directly, and the attendant canyons of black clouds wrapped themselves as blanket about the flames of red and gold, then orange and violet and gold, and just before the gold was extinguished beneath the breakers to the west, Asinius spoke in awe of such beauty to Vibius and Sanyi. But Sanyi, remembering his night with Jesus on the sea, quietly explained that such judgments were unnecessary. "The sky," he said, "is not out there. The sky is in your mind, and you do put it out there. Then you do marvel at it, as being out there, distracting you from your godliness within." Vibius and Asinius stared at each other astonished, then at Sanyi, and smiled because they understand him less than Lucilla, and yet were accepting of him the same. And Vibius became aware, as Lucilla had, that events in the outside world did not change Sanyi. With slavery and violence and viciousness swirling about his body, in all manner of ways nothing yet touched his guiltless mind. The world's affairs were as the spokes of a rapidly turning wheel. Sanyi was the center. So it went this way. A day would turn to dusk, Dusk to dark, and dark would yield again to the relentless heat of the all-consuming day, and the men would gather and under its protective coolness to discuss the day's events and coalesce. 3 months into their training, and it was time for Sonyi and Vibios to be initiated into the gladiatorial ranks, or be sent back to the quarry. The initiation was a solemn ritual. Each initiate must do battle with an established gladiator on a 10-10-foot platform 10 feet from the ground. There they would do battle until one of them was thrown to the ground or forced to surrender. Even Vedius, who hardly glanced askance at the training sessions of his own investments, was duty-bound by custom and honor to attend. In preparation for the event, the gladiators were spared the 2 grueling training sessions held by most days. Instead, the men bathed, received physical therapy, and rested. And now the hot day had given way to dusk, a pleasant breeze from the east, and in the west there descended a blood-red sky. The first 2 gladiators summarily dismissed the first 2 initiates, but as Vibius scaled the ladder to the platform to fight, Doctorus' hopes began to rise, and not in vain. Vibius did not attack instantly as an inexperienced fighter would. Rather, he offered a low fake with his wooden blade. When the gladiator lowered his weapon to block, Vibius grabbed the wrist with his free hand and brought the point of his blade to the man's throat, holding it there, less than an inch away. In a live match, it was a sure kill. Swift, efficient, and overwhelming, it was Vibius's way. Sonyi's way was much different. He could feel the ladder creaks under his enormous weight as he climbed up to the platform to fight. Instead of being the aggressor, it was the gladiator who confidently attacked. Sonya blocked the thrust with his blade but was slow. With his thrust blocked, the gladiator hit Sonyi hard in the face with the butt of his weapon in a back fist motion, but it put him in too close. With blood flowing from above his eye, Sonyi was able to wrap both of the gladiator's arms in his free left arm from behind. Then, as if pointing to himself, he was able to bring his wooden gladius up to the gladiator's throat and hold it there. In the arena, it would have forced the gladiator to appeal. Although he was indifferent to his fate, Sonyi had won and would be a gladiator. There was a ritual whereby the new gladiators were gathered in the square and honored by the Doctore, the other gladiators, and then by Vetius. This event represents the first indication of a return on his investment, and at this time, Sonyi politely expressed all of the correct sentiments, as the world would have him do. But it did bring back to mind one of Jesus' most difficult lessons, that to the dreaming Son of Man, praise was at least as dangerous as punishment. The IO would use praise and love, and the appearance of joy to keep the Son distracted and dreaming. Of any kind or degree was equally distracting to the Son of Man, and this Son gently determined not to be deceived. Also, the new gladiators received their arena names. Sonyi would be called Pompili, and then they would be branded with the V for Vetius emblazoned on their right forearms. Virtually every man let up a gruff, grudging scream, the pain too great to be contained within the body. But at his appointed time, Pompili did as had Christ upon the cross, and put peace to the pain in his arm. When the branding was concluded, Pompili had not uttered a single sound, though his body reacted violently, and he was dizzy rising to his feet after the procedure, which had put a raised ugly V where before had been bare skin. After Sonyi joined Asinius and Vibius on the patio, lying on their backs looking at the stars. "We are looking at the stars inside of our heads," Asinius asked jokingly. "Yes, I am seeing stars inside of my own head, even when I close my eyes," Sonyi replied, holding a blood-soaked cloth to his bleeding eye as he sat down with a groan. All 3 men laughed. "Hispania is out there somewhere," Asinius said, pointing to the west. "And were I to be there, I would be a king." "But you were captured instead," Vibius retorted. "You could have fought to the death or killed yourself, but you allowed yourself to be captured." Asinius grew agitated at the obvious truth. To Asinius the world was unfair, as he was royalty forced into slavery. Sanyi correctly noted that it was not being captured that distressed Asinius, but his judgment that something was unfair about it, his judgment of it at all. In the kill-or-be-killed world of Vibius, the world was just as it should be, ruthless and unforgiving. By not judging it, the entire world failed to even annoy him. In fact, Sanyi noticed that mighty Vibius judged Asinius much more than he did the Romans, saying, "That is why he is so arrogant," while pointing at Asinius. "His arrogance is your judgment of the form of his pain," Sanyi said, still groaning from the cut over his eye, but not his arm. "But the true cause is his false belief in the guilt of separation from the source. It is the true cause of the world's pain, the only cause." Asinius and Vibius stared at each other in questioning puzzlement, laughed, and looked back up at the sky. One night, shortly after their initiation, Vibius and Sanyi were summoned from their quarters and taken to a party of some Roman noblemen in the profusive upper portion of Vettius Ludus. When the guard informed them that some important Romans wanted to meet them, Vibius became agitated and suspicious, while Sanyi was, as always, unaware of lurking treachery, but untouchable in his right mind. The guards led them down 2 long rows of head-high torches that dispersed light in waves rather than rays, which led to a lavish spread on the far end. Sanyi was surprised to see Vettius in attendance among the unknown number of noblemen. It was the first time he'd seen him up close. Vibius already knew what was up, and paid no attention to the scowling old man. They were each handed a sword and instructed to prepare themselves to do battle. Vibius had felt this way many times before, blindsided, helpless. The first time when he was 8 and watched in helpless horror his father killed on the battlefield. He was hiding with his mother, not fully comprehending, as she beseeched the gods to let her see her husband just once more. They did not oblige. The battle had gone badly for their side. Vibius, his father, had come on horseback to rescue them, but so had the enemy tribe. He had barely dismounted when an arrow found him in the middle of the back. He fell dead with a muffled thud in the grass. Is that all little Vibius wondered? He could still hear the hiss of the arrow, even though it was buried firmly between his father's shoulder blades. Just one final gasp. Where did his father go? Tonight would be like that all over again. Now Sanyi did perceive it too. He had not reasoned it out as Vibius had, rather had revealed to him. It was an inner certainty that one of them would die by the hand of the other. How he wanted to console his friend, how he wanted to tell him, how unnecessary his anguish was, and how much it didn't matter. But it was Vibius who took control of the situation. They were allowed 10 minutes to stretch and prepare, during which Vibius instructed Sanyi to fight as absolutely hard as he could. The reasoning was sound. If the men put on an entertaining bout, the loser's appeal was more likely to be granted. If they both put on a near-death performance, perhaps they both could live. As the men proceeded to the center of the floor to fight, the only flaw Vibius could find in his plan was whether the big man would respond with the requisite aggression and fury. Such fears were quickly allayed. Before he could even get his sword pointed straight, the big man was charging him. Thrust, thrust, horizontal slash, thrust, and vertical slash, thrust. All the while bringing his massive bulk forward at a speed Vibius had never imagined he possessed. Now Vibius found his sword arm pinned between his own body and Sanyi's. Sanyi's sword arm, however, was quite free, which posed a problem for Sanyi as well. The last thing that Sanyi wanted to do was kill his friend. In that same instant, Vibius connected with a stern left hook. Sanyi shoved with all his might, freeing his friend's sword arm, but sending him in mid-air, crashing and sliding across the floor and the other side of the room. Spectators scattered as Sanyi followed up. Vibius escaped the first downward slash, which clunked harmlessly into the stone floor by rolling to his right. Sanyi followed up with a second downward slash that Vibius partially blocked, and by rolling to his left was able to stand. Vibius felt his counterattack stopped from behind by the big dark hand of Doctore, who proceeded instantly between the two men to keep them separate. It had worked. The crowd was mightily pleased. Vibius was proud as a peacock, and rather than let them destroy the place, he stopped the fight. As soon as he was breathing normally, the first curious thought Sanyi had was that his premonition had not been fulfilled, that one would die at the other. The next one was, where is Vibius? It was just now he noticed that the Roman guards were returning him to the gladiators' restricted area of the ludus alone. Once safely returned, their Doctore informed him that Vibius had been sold, so after all the invented drama, it was just a demonstration, just business. Had he known Vibius, it would make perfect sense to him. As Doctore would later inform him, Vibius would have never pitted two of his investments against each other, but Pompili was soon to know Vibius well enough for himself. Vibius was astonished at how easy it had been for him to forget that he was chattel. Pompili, firmly ensconced in his right mind, experienced the apparent separation from his friend differently. He did not partake of the Io's offering of loneliness and isolation. Instead, he used the Holy Spirit vision to realize that no separation had really taken place, that in heaven they were both truly one with God. He missed his friend just as fiercely, but in a completely different manner, one that brought deep joy to him for each of the many memories of his friend. The mock battles during training, the long talks at night. No sorrow, just joy. Some men make heaven from hell, others make hell from heaven. If Pompili had any regrets, it was that he was never taken Vibius to Jesus in this lifetime. It was not so much like regret as wondering what if. Not bad, Doctore thought, as Pompili deflected the opponent's gladius in a crescent-shaped block, then retraced the same arc, and with his fist at the level of his own chin and blade vertical, sliced through the throat. The only sounds were banging of the wooden swords and the muffled sound of Pompili own into the opponent's flesh. Not bad at all. Vibius had been gone for 6 weeks, and it seemed as though Sanyi had suddenly learned everything he taught him, on top of Doctore's own teachings. Most men learned their lessons little at a time, some learned them all at once. Doctore had seen this before, but Pompili was the most extreme. Now Doctore considered Pompili worthy of himself, and he was set to let the big man from Judea know it. Doctore had a way of moving without being seen. It could only be experienced. All the men talked about it, in mystified manner, even Vibius. Now Sanyi saw that they were right. Most men lean, shift their weight ever so slightly, or flinch just before they attack, not Doctore. Doctore hit Sanyi on the head from 10 feet away before he could blink. There in the hot sun on the burning sand, Doctore went at him, using the very same attack again and again and again, a choppy 45-degree diagonal cut at Pompili that no man could catch up to. "Block me," Doctore demanded, attacking again and again with his right arm like the spokes of a chariot. At once Pompili did successfully block the attack, while at same instant experienced the cracking of the wooden sword against his skull. Again and again Doctore attacked, and Pompili never feigned, never shied away. Doctore was impressed experiencing that he was being blocked in nearly half of his attempts, but he could not have known that Pompili experienced every outcome of each attack. But in either outcome of each, in all the many worlds there, in each of them, it was time for Pompili's first contest, but not before he came face to face with his Dominus. He had not seen the Vibius for nearly 2 months since the night he fought Vibius at the party held for noblemen, and then only scantly. This was his first meeting with his master. Now, standing in his office, watching the little man toil at the desk, Pompili wondered if he would ever speak to him. It was easy to see why the men thought he was so mean and greedy. He was not unlike the money changers. But Pompili remembered what had Jesus said of them, that We all act in service of our own perceived needs. It was a lesson that Vedius would bring Pompili back to. Once as they were gathered around, Jesus said to Peter, who had his legs folded in front of him, "Why are you sitting in that way?" Peter, perplexed, wondering what profound teaching would come from such an innocuously posed question, struggled to respond. So Jesus answered for him, saying, "You are sitting in such a manner because it pleases you to do so. You will change position as soon as you deem another more suitable." And as if unable to help himself, Peter stretched out his legs and put the palms of his hands on the ground behind him. Everyone laughed, including Peter. And Jesus said, "Judge neither the villainous nor the virtuous, for each acts selfishly as the other, and trust not your own good intentions. It is not possible for any to act in opposition to his perceived needs." We are all equally selfish. We are all totally selfish. Concentrate, therefore, not on good deeds in the world, but rather on good thoughts in your mind. Vetius. "I wish to congratulate you on your progress," he at long length offered. "Doctor informs me you're progressing, and your fine battle with Vibius shows me it's true." Pompili was shocked to hear such a booming baritone voice from such a diminutive frame. It was clear that this was a man who carried authority, who was accustomed to giving orders and having them obeyed, to having his way. It was also clear, by the way, he had yet to look up at Pompili, that he was possessed of ample portions of the noble Roman virtue of arrogance. In reality, we all suffer equally from the thought of separation, which hides itself in many different forms in the dream. Vetius suffered from one of the cruelest hoaxes. Vetius stopped what he was doing, placed both of his palms flat on the table, and staring blankly at the space between them, and remembered, no more relieved than remembered foot races with his brother in childhood. Growing up as the youngest son of a powerful Roman nobleman, Vetius labored under a far more crushing weight that he could never overcome his older brother Tiberius, nor live up to his father's utterly unrealizable expectations, and yet mightily did he try. He had been set to war against Tiberius from almost the day he was born. Tiberius was older, bigger, stronger, and by far the more suitable heir to his father's fortune. Tiberius was exemplary of everything that a noble child should be, while Vetius, smaller, weaker, and timid, was what remained. His earliest memories were of play gladiatorial bouts against Tiberius, which he always lost. Later, as a small boy, he would lose foot races as well. The boys would race around the outer walls of this very villa, with their father looking one way as they took off, then the opposite as they returned. But there was never any doubt as to which boy would return first, and Tiberius always finished before Vetius could be even seen running wearily around that far corner. Growing up in such a way made him believe that he hated Tiberius when he really hated his oppressor, his father. But young boys do not hate their father so, deep in places that he did not know of. Little Vetius began hating himself and blaming his brother. The Ios methods are subtle. Vetius became steeped deeper still in the lies his mind told him on the day when his father punched Tiberius in the face as punishment for not winning by a large enough margin, then turned and left, abandoning them bloody and dishonored to endure their mutual shame alone. But their father's sons did not endure their shame alone. They rather embraced it together. Tiberius was still lying face down in the sand, with blood streaming from a gash high on his forehead, which made it appear that his entire face was a mask of blood. Vetius, weeping, dropped to his knees at his brother's side and helped him to sit. With Tiberius leaning on his shoulder, it was all he could do to hold him up, but with all his might hold him up, he did. Tiberius groaned, but he never shed a tear, and between the two of them, they built one fortress against their father. The following day again, Vetius tried mightily to keep up with his brother. Vetius saw his brother disappeared around the first corner, but when he cleared the third corner, Vetius found Tiberius standing there waiting. Then together the two brothers jogged around the last corner, and stopped finally in front of her father. He said not a word, rather calculated coldly and cruelly. He had too much invested in Tiberius to strike him down again. Without the slightest warning, he backhanded Vettius across the face, turned sharply, and left them again. Vettius could not forget that moment for years. He remembered the ringing in his ears and warm feeling in his head, but not his feet leaving the ground, nor his tiny body flopping down hard. This time it was Tiberius helping his battered brother. Their father continued pitting the brothers against each other. The intention was to build Tiberius's confidence so that when he competed against the sons of other noblemen, he would have the mental advantage. It didn't take account of Vettius at all. Even with the aid of Tiberius not defeating him as completely as he could, Vettius began not so much to enjoy losing, but to become comfortable with it. And as the beatings continued, his mind told him, "You deserve this." But especially a small boy's spirit isn't killed by a single blow. Boys are resilient. It takes many to break him. Once broken, however, no amount can put that which was made wrong to right. Tiberius was set for greater glory. At 11 years, he had already been fighting against grown men in his father's sandy arena. But now, as set forth by his father, came his greatest test. He was placed alone in a large patio with high walls, with a spear in his hands and a large male lion. It seemed obvious now that he should have perceived his father's treachery. He had been training against a mock lion for several months now. His father had hired 2 soldiers to train him. But here he stood, alone and frightened with his spear that may as well have been a twig. When the lion roared menacingly, Tiberius could detect no discernible confidence gained by all the victories over Vettius. Their father's plan failed miserably. The beast's foul breath wafted through the air and assailed his nostrils. He was stunned to be standing here now, with his father and his trainers looking down from high above, too far away to help if needed. It was needed. The lion attacked and mauled him, but Tiberius, all alone with his spear, struck the beast in the eye socket and killed it. The lion died on the bloody marble patio floor, and Tiberius died in his bed the following day. Vettius, who had been noticed by his parents as only the darkness against which Tiberius shined, became now completely invisible. And while his father descended into grief, it was he who lost a brother, an ally, and a friend. Maybe, he thought, maybe now they will leave me alone. To a small boy alone in the world, the wish was not unreasonable, but it was the first brick in the wall. It was the first instant when Vettius cared about only Vettius, and for Vettius it would have been better than he remained so. But his parents did not honor the silent wishes. They simply transferred their ambitions and the darkness he had been into an all-encompassing eclipse, enough light for 2 sons. Vettius began spending much time around his father's gladiators. The same man who dedicated his life crushing him to the sand now dedicated himself to reach down and pick them back up. But small boys are not like puzzles, rather they are more like a sheet of glass. Once broken, they can never be fully repaired. Some pieces never fit. Some shards are always missing. And Vettius, the small boy who would always crave his father's attention never received, now despised it being heaped profusely upon him. Some cuts are just too deep, some wounds never heal. Before his 13th birthday, Vettius knew all the techniques of all the styles of gladiators. But to him, they were just empty movements, just like the steps he took walking. What Vettius needed to learn from his father is not how to be a gladiator, he could never be one, but the gladiatorial industry, the business of eludas. He watched his father's fortunes rise on the blood tide of his gladiators' victories. The investment of blood and coin paid dividends in fame that his father could cash in political clout, the unparalleled clout of greatest power. Perceiving scarcity on the inside, he sought fulfillment from without, his curse becoming his remaining son's heritage. At 15, Vettius was thrust into position and charge when it was his father's turn to host the gladiatorial games. As unnatural and awkward as he was physically, He was as adept and capable as an administrator. It was he who arranged the competition among combatants against each other in such a way that his fathers had the best chance of victory. He wrote the stories which the gladiators fought to. He promoted the event nearly a year in advance, so that by the time his father dropped the white linen to commence the games, that name was on the tip of every Roman's tongue. Vedius's games began with a roar. Blood sprang freely from the gladiator's veins. His father was a staggering success, and Vedius himself, always from behind the scenes, had come of age. The coming of age arrived with conflict and confusion. Vetius was dismayed to realize that he paradoxically adored the adoration of the man who had murdered his brother, and of that brother, who surely must have been sacrificed then to procure his success now. If it were that he could change it all again, would he? He did not think so. He knew so. The roars of the crowd were for his gladiators. However, Coindy and the attendant political power was now for him alone. He was not envious, rather contemptuous of the gladiators, and believed that he had the right to sacrifice them to the crowd and gain its crucial favor. And because his father preferred leisure in this stage of his life, he granted to his only remaining son the entirety of his land and estate. Vetius now literally had as much control of his father's fate as he did a gladiator's, and he was only 15. Vetius acted almost exclusively for Vetius, but when he saw his father's rival Augustus stagger alone, drunkenly into the streets, Vetius saw a way to act exclusively for himself. Augustus was drunk, attempting to comfort himself, for he had wagered much on the games of the house of Vetius, and lost much in coin to that same house, with that suffrage extending accordingly, and much more important, to politics. The younger Vetius was positively beseeched by Augustus for relief of debt. In a seemingly benevolent deed, Vetius arranged to negotiate repayment for Augustus, and it was obscenely easy to lure his unsuspecting father to Augustus with the expectation of contracting humiliating terms for Augustus. Since, as a reward for putting on the games, his father had let him remain in charge of all of the affairs of the house of Vetius, and while he did forgive the most debilitating aspects of Augustus's debt, all the coin repaid to the house of Vetius was to be paid to that house's youngest member. Vetius was delighted by the shock and betrayal that was the last lingering expression marking his father's face. Yet he remembered picking his brother's bleeding face out of the sand, helpless and diminished, but now here he stood, master of his father's house, with Augustus's indebtedness too. He could not help feeling that now that the circle had been completed, but it wasn't a circle that was finished. Rather, it was aught but the final brick in the wall, the decisive crushing of the gentle spirit of a small boy into the dirt. As a seed becomes a tree and is a seed no more, so it is when a small boy becomes an angry man. From henceforth, Vetius acted solely on behalf of Vetius. Pompili let me come directly to the point. Pompili, expecting nothing less, stood dutifully silent as the little man continued. Doctore wants you to fight in some of the smaller venues outside of Roma, while I wish to maximize my profits by having you fight in more lucrative events in Roma. But I want to know what you think. Pompili was still struggling with the Roman accent, but it was obvious that the little man with the big voice was lying. He couldn't care less for me, Pompili thought, or my needs for that matter. But Pompili was already at peace with it. It was forgiven, which was Jesus' way of making himself impervious to the world and its horrors. The situation before him now was beyond tricky in worldly terms, for it would indeed be impossible to satisfy both his dominus and his doctore. Well, Pompili, he demanded, are you up to it? Dominus, he began, Doctore is a master instructor. It would be wise to obey his counsel, nor would I be profitable to you, dead after the first match. Pompili had dutifully kept his eyes floor, but now, reflexively, irresistibly, he raised them to look at his dominus. So, this was the stingy little Ludinista all the men hated so. Vedius glared up scornfully as he prepared a scolding, but it was never delivered. The response was polite and proper and appropriate for the situation, but it simply was not the one he wanted. So he refrained, paused from writing, and looked at Pompili simply to size him up. So this was the gladiator Vedius had heard so much about, his gladiator, the one with such a different way, the one who was a follower of a crucified rabbi named Christ. Pompili, realizing his mistake, offered up his obedience. "Dominus, your will be done, of course." "Of course, Pompili," Vetius replied. "Of course." The silence was long, but for Pompili nothing was uncomfortable. His Dominus demanded not a response, rather the correct one. He could understand why the gladiators distrusted and disrespected him so, but Pompili remembered what Jesus had said, that forgiveness is still and quietly does nothing. He was not disquieted in the least by the little man who could have ended his body's life on the spot, at the wave of whose small hand 6 Roman soldiers would have instantly impaled him with their spears. "I am prepared to do your glory, Dominus," was the reply. Pompili had understood, and Vedius was appeased. Then Vedius asked, "Is there anything I can get for you?" "I have a wife in Judea," Pompili said, half-heartedly, thinking that it was too much to ask. But Vedius replied without hesitation, "If she is alive, I will bring her to you." There it was again, Pompili noticed. He did not say would try to bring her, rather he would bring her. The man was accustomed to getting what he wanted, so he would see his wife again if she was alive. "Your Latin is good, but you seem to have difficulty with our accent. You will improve." Pompili nodded agreement before understanding the statement for the accent. When he did, he smiled to himself. Jesus taught that language was aught but symbols of symbols, developed by the eye and learned by the sun for the purpose of keeping the dreamer dreaming. On the level of the world, language has been developed by the ruling class in Egypt 1,000 years earlier. It had been developed to facilitate guilt and manipulate obedience, rather than to express needs on the level of the mind by the eye to further separate the sleeping son from himself. "There are no words in heaven," Jesus had said, "nor need of them." Vedius looked back down at his table and where his flattened palms remained on its surface, and made straight his arms, then relaxed and looked up at his gladiator. He had much to ponder about in this regard. Used correctly, he could win many coins with a minimum of risk, but he wanted more than just a coin or even political profit from this particular investment. Until now, these were his guiding principles, his only principles regarding his investments in gladiators. But he was growing weary and older, weary of losing gladiators in their prime, and worried about much more than that which was likely to guide him upwards towards the pillars of the Senate. Vedius was growing fearful of his place in the afterlife. Perhaps his doctor was right. Though impervious to the cost in coin, perhaps, he was not maximizing on the quality of his capital. Perhaps he could let his ludus mature, strengthen rather than sacrificing one for the short-term approval of the blood, lustful and mercurial crowd, how he had come to despise their hold over him. So from this particular gladiator, he desired more than arena winnings, much more. From this he would gain what even his mighty father and superior brother could not: acceptance into the elite of Roman society, true power, political power, and a place above them in the afterlife. No less than this he demanded for himself, of Pompili. Vedius, never looking up, considered all these things carefully, then dismissed the gladiator. He'd been dismissed and returned to his quarters. There he stretched out his big body on its back, put his hand under his head, and bent one of his massive knees. He considered his dominus. The little man was obviously a liar. He would gladly sacrifice his life for short-term profit. Before Jesus Sagni had little patience for liars. They even made him ill, the illness of judgment. But now nothing made him uncomfortable. He remembered Judas and the way they did distrust him. Perhaps Christ distrusted him also, but Judas too had his lessons to learn. It was also obvious that Vettius was a quick student. He also knew he was more interested in Jesus than himself, but as yet not why. There could be many reasons. It was true what the others had said, and now he was sure that he would likely die in the arena at the greedy hands of Vettius. He considered all these things quickly. Then the gladiator closed his eyes and fell into a deep, comfortable sleep. The first contest. The night before his first contest, Sanyi received an initial lesson in the full decadence of the Roman orgy. There were nude women dancing in pits on the marble floors. The gladiators were permitted to feast, drink wine, and have sex with wealthy noble women who could not wait to get their hands on them. It was debaucherous, but most of the gladiators welcomed the diversion from the looming threat behind tomorrow's sun. Tonight, there was only one who was unappreciative. He was Asinius, the nobleman captured in Hispania, the eastern part of the empire. Asinius told Sanyi the gods would punish the impure who indulge in excess. Sanyi thought, then the gods must punish us all, for we each indulge completely in our own needs. The sinner and the saint are equally virtuous. Tomorrow they will all die, Asinius said. Sanyi knew that Asinius too was satisfying his needs, and even as he moved away to get some wine for himself, he did so not with judgment, but remembered fondly when Jesus turned the water into wine. Smiling, he thought how much Vibius would enjoy such frolic as this. Joyfully, he thought of Lucilla. Anathema to some, bewildering to all, but blissful was the only ways he could think of things, the only way he could long for those loved, but not close, the only way he could be. It was what he was, what he had known he was since knowing Jesus. Following the frolic of that night, he stretched out on the bed in his cell, thinking not about tomorrow, but the evening as it was here in this room, his cell. Then he remembered Lucilla. He thought of her not in terms of the past, which does not exist, rather as blooming in blazing portraits, erupting through the sweeping river of time and the eternal now. And he lived on each of those portraits to re-experience each as though he lived it for the first time again. Contented, Pompili fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened the following morning by a Roman guard clanging at the gate of his cell. Behind the guard was Doctore. Doctore made sure to let the men sleep as long as possible. He wanted to minimize their weight and its strain on their nerves. It was unnecessary for Pompili. When all of Vettius's gladiators had gathered, Doctore led them into the arena. There they paired off and did light sparring with each other. Across the arena, gladiators from the other luders did the same. It served as a warm-up for the gladiators and a snack before blood for the crowd. For ruling noblemen like Vettius' pleasing crowd was everything. Individuals were of no importance at all, but controlling the imagination of the collective was the key to power. To a Lanista like Vettius, the games meant nothing. The power he could garner from them meant all. He was as nervous as any of his investments. When the warm-ups were concluded, all for gladiators to do was to return to the areas and wait. Asinius was the first to fight. Sanyu did not watch the fight. He focused on the crowd. Although the contest lasted a full 25 minutes, the only parts Sanyu saw of it was Asinius's appeal to Julius Lentulus and Vettius. The fight was well contested by both men. The crowd had been appeased. It was Lentulu's games, and he was given to mercy, but Vettius was not. So, with the thumb pointed towards his own throat, Vettius gave the signal, and Asinius was no more. A dark pall was cast instantly over all the gladiators. Such was the nature of Vettius, their domina, and their owner. Sanyu made no judgments, nor was he affected by the elements of a dream. He was to fight next. As Pompili emerged from to shade inside to the unsheltered blazing sand of the arena floor, he was not invested in his fate, rather curious, sharing one, but not both of Christ's pre-crucifixion sentiments. The glare cut his eyes like glass, forcing him to squint hard. He was aware that the shards of light and furnace of heat made the sun enemy to both men. Zanya was a secutor, a heavyweight, and he was fighting Brutus, a Samnite with 3 victories in the arena. The 3 men in the arena, 2 gladiators, and a referee acknowledged the sponsor. The gladiators faced each other, and the referee signaled the bout to begin. Zanya was fighting for his life. The 2 men circled first. The Samnites was another heavyweight, but slightly less heavily armored. Pompili knew that a long fight was not to his advantage. However, circling the arena with the din of the intoxicated crowd surrounding, there appeared to be no opening to his opponent. Keeping his shield tight, Zanya shuffled directly in, making a vain stab with his gladius that attacked only Brutus's shield. He heard Doctore. In practice, Doctore was severe to the point of cruelness, but not beyond it. He is mercilessly critical. Only the best executed techniques went unpunished. But today Doctore was uncritical, forgiving. He bellowed advice in an even encouraging tone. Try to open him up, was the part of what Doctore had proffered, and it seemed like a good idea. Brutus moved in with a couple of diagonal cuts, one cutting downwards towards the left, followed rapidly by one downward toward the right. Pompili blocked them both. But as Brutus retreated, he stabbed back at the giant opponent, who was trained to attack any retreating fighter. Additionally, he cleverly changed the timing and made a deliberately slower attack with the horizontal stab, catching Pompili with his shield up and sword arm extended in a wimping miss. The point of Brutus's blade punctured Pompili's gut and drew blood. Pompili withdrew and circled around until he felt recovered. Confused Pompili circled as Brutus moved in. As Brutus got closer, Pompili lashed out with a horizontal cut at Brutus's exposed forehead because of his shield held too low. To no avail, Brutus quickly and easily bent his knees, and the errant gladius whooshed overhead. His errant attack failed to open Brutus up, and worst of all, Pompili failed to retreat after his attack. He was flat-footed as Brutus moved in. Brutus's sword and a slashing diagonal cut hit Pompili hard in the head, bending his neck at a 90° angle, sending him stumbling backward. Then Pompili noticed something. After weeks of training with Doctor, Brutus seemed to be moving in time slowed down, and in that time slowed down motion, Pompili could see that Brutus dropped his shield ever so slightly, just before he attacked. Brutus did attack with a barrage of cuts which were swift and sure, and it required all of his speed and attention. But Pompili successfully endured the onslaught with only a superficial gash to his left shoulder. Confidently, Brutus closed distance for another attack. Pompili pulling his shield close. Behind it, the tip of his blade pointed it at the Samnite's throat. Then, flat-footed, Pompili waited. Doctore thought that Pompili was dead. Instead, Brutus dropped his shield as anticipated. Pompili pushed it all the way down with his own shield, and with lightning speed thrust the tape of his gladius against his opponent's helmet. It entered the left eye socket and snapped the man's head to the right in a twisting motion. In agony, Brutus dropped his sword and shield and writhed on the ground holding his eye. Brutus never appealed. It was unnecessary. Vettius signaled the referee stop the fight, and the match was over. Pompili had won. The following morning they buried Asinius on a sandy graveyard outside of the Ludus. His body was wrapped in white linen, and he was carried on a stretcher from the Ludus to his grave. Burial was another solemn ritual for their gladiators, another mechanism by which they bestowed respect and honor upon each other, another ointment to the open wound of slavery. Asinius had no family, so all the gladiators together bought his gravestone. Thousands of years later, the gravestones would be the treasure troves to archaeologists. Pompili noticed he can just see the ocean off to the horizon. He knew that Asinius would have approved of being buried near the ocean toward the setting sun. Returning to the ludus, the men were sad about the death of one of them. Even if the aggravating one of them, he had been one of them. But in total, Vedius had done well, having only lost to Cineas, and everyone else won. Pompili, as usual, was not saddened, having only happy memories of Asinius, having never judged him, secure in the knowledge that not only was Asinius not really gone, but that he had never really been. But even after the quarry, after the time spent in the ludus and just risking his life in his first, even so far into his right mind, there was one worldly thing for which his body was completely unprepared. It was the astonishing outline from the side perspective of the petite and lovely Lucilla. Indeed, Vetius was well versed in the language of reward and punishment. She stood there in the archway of the gate to the villa, pestering one of the soldiers as to his whereabouts, which the soldier had already informed her he knew nothing. But for her beauty, the soldier would have arrested her already. Even at a distance and under the shade, he could not mistake her outline. So absorbed was she in interrogating the guard that she did not see him until he was almost close enough to touch. She didn't so much see as feel his presence about her at first. As everything seemed quiet around her, she looked down at her feet for fear of what she may find behind her. Pompili slowed his advance, and everything for a time slowed for him. It was a feeling he had never forgotten, one he could never take for granted, her tiny body against his, her soft skin and marble hands. He stood there holding her with her face buried in his chest, and he stroked her hair gently as she sobbed. He remembered what a child she was. He remembered how he loved her, but was still surprised by how sublime she now felt. When finally she looked up, and he could brush the hair away from her cheek and the tears from her eyes, he looked long into them before kissing her. Then he looked at her again. There were no words. This was a potent portion of the dream. He noticed now that being a good husband towards his wife, doing the best for her that a slave could, he understood that the pain of separation cut her deeply, she believing it real. Yet even for her, he did not surrender the peace of God. Further, that peace still covered the entirety of the sonship, Romans and Vetius included. It was the surest sign that he was still in his right mind. But on the worldly level, as the growing impatient Roman hurried them in, at that time he was only too happy to comply. With his winnings, Vetius provisioned a private room for Pompili in the ludus, and one for Lucilia in the city. It was to the one in the ludus that he carried his wife now. Reunion. After so long, Lucilla hadn't nearly enough time to adjust. Sanyi still didn't seem real to her, not as real as the sounds of combat clanging up through the window from the ludus down below. A half-oval window through which the fading daylight feebly cast out the remaining darkness was the sole source of light after he closed the solid wood door. Stone ran from wooden floor to the wooden ceiling, which her husband's huge frame nearly scraped. When she turned so that the closing door was behind her, she beheld a rectangle containing a small writing desk on her left. No chair. Sanyi was too big for one. To its opposite end was a bed. She did not want him to take her to it yet. She had her prize, but not in perpetuity. She could not yet relax into what was as it was now. Her defenses against joy relented stubbornly. Her resistance to love acquiesced not at all. She plopped rather than sat on the bed. Staring at her hands on her knees, she heard her heavy bag falling against some wall or corner or other, having just been casually cast there by her husband. As he came to her, she relaxed, even though what followed couldn't help but be etiolated by the constant whisper of the subtle and deceitful EO. He sat gently beside her, and the pillow of the mattress caved in, bringing her to him. He who was ready for her, she already regretting the future moment when she would be torn from him. When and only when she could support the Io's way of thinking, temporarily at least, no longer. Only then did she fall into his loins and allow joy to ensue. Unlike the unencumbered peace of their lovemaking before their separation, before his capture, her passion was panicked, fearful, and impossibly apprehensive. Rather than live in the love-making of the moment, she sought to save it, to keep it like a coin to spend again and again at a later date. So, it was that she sought desperately to hold on to that which cannot be grasped, digging her nails into his back again and again and again. For him, it was the simplest they'd ever had. Pompili could always enjoy the moment, any moment, even more than could Sanyi. It was a skill he had honed with Jesus, and practiced expertly now, enjoying her exquisite, long-missed, and mightily desired body in full absence of the fear of the near and unreal future that she would soon be taken from him. Rather, he took her in his huge hands, took in every delicious drop of her, living only in the purity of the moment. For a long time there were no words. When finally they spoke, though 3 years apart, it was as familiar as yesterday. Sanyi was sprawled out on his side as Lucilla sat up cross-legged looking at him. She seemed almost embarrassed now, half-heartedly giggled and spoke into his shoulder when she did speak to him. Although she was certain that he had endured unspeakable horrors, visible scars were on his face and body. Still, she wanted desperately to know that nothing really horrendous had happened to him. She tried to believe in the reality that wasn't. She looked at him, his entire body. My big, gentle husband is so strong, she thought. How do you do it? She asked. How do you endure all this pain and suffrage? He understood that it was truly her suffrage about which she spoke, but surrendered up spontaneously the introspective glance, which she recalled instantly, meant that right now he was focusing everything on her every word, on her very next word. I was told that just yesterday you killed a man, yet could have been killed yourself. When I saw you, you were just returning from a funeral of your friend. I don't understand. How can you go on another day in this place, and you are called Pompili now? I hate Roma, will never call you such. To me you are as you have always been, Sanyi. I'm sure I should have killed myself long ago. She finished her statement weeping. Seeing her in such a state, he decided to keep secret his time in the quarry. Such knowledge would surely incapacitate her. He understood again, but more deeply, how much she desperately needed him, and that he already had everything he needs and nothing else. It was he understood also that was what everyone found in Christ, why they all craved to be near him, while Christ craved nothing. How simple it seemed to him now. Everyone has everything they need. They simply have to surrender the excess, to drop to the ground that which is so heavy and have it waft lightly up as mist and disappear. Is Lucilla willing to surrender what she does not have? It would not be easy, but he would have to try to reach her. He loved her too much not to make the attempt. He did not think it possible to convince her utterly. Perhaps she could take a few tiny baby steps, obtain a subtle shift in perception, a slight lessening of fear. Of this she was at least worthy, and it could be a beginning. He wanted to tell her that fear and pain were unreal, just as the past and the yet to come. Wanted to say that no one has killed anyone, because no one is here, but he is aware of the power of the illusion. Oh, my dear, don't you understand it yet, was what he thought, and his expression must have betrayed him, because she went from looking at him lovingly, her childlike manner, to flashing anger in another childish way. She couldn't believe what she was feeling, anger. Here it was years later. After all he'd been through, and all she'd done to get to him, she was actually getting angry at him. They were squabbling as though no time had passed and nothing had happened. You sound just like Jesus, she snapped at him. If Jesus is real, why don't you try speaking to him? She scolded. Then she paused, feeling horrible for what she had just said and intended. Softly, in a whisper, she finally said, He's dead. Didn't you hear? Lucilla, Jesus is the only thing that's real, he reassured, the one real thing in our dream, and he still speaks to me, and I take down every word. He waved his hand and turned his waist, pointing to the large pile of bound and unbound books he had written in pen and ink, some on papyrus, some on parchment. They crucified him, she insisted slowly, letting the significance of the word permeate his thoughts. Crucified. How could a loving father allow such a horror to his son? She added. He could understand her confusion. To one who believes that Christ was a body could conclude only in a most unloving father, but the Christ saw himself as a mind in heaven rather than a body on a cross. Sonia recalled his own experiences in the quarry and the arena, where he saw himself from above the battlefield, where the truth and the falsity of the illusion was laid bare. Lucilla holds no such perspective. I know how it appears, he said compassionately. They crucified his body, but Jesus was not a body. He who saved others would not save himself to show that the guiltless mind cannot suffer. Then he related how he had perceived Jesus' intentions at the Last Supper. I saw it myself, she persisted, as if she had not heard him. Tell me all that happened, he bade her finally. She told him about the horrible crucifixion, of how she could not see Jesus' body on the cross, even though everyone else could, how she was too terrified to look back upon it for fear of not seeing him there. Sonia quietly understood his wife's mistake, for had she looked back upon the cross until she could have seen the body of Christ, then she would have been saved at that very instant. Yet did she forsake salvation for the sake of the Io? Further, that she escaped the net of salvation desperately of her own accord, that she alone was responsible for the surrender of love in favor of the preservation of thyself, the all too terrible defense against love. He did not judge his wife, knowing that she has done only that which we have all, himself included. Terrified at the lose of the false sense of self, the illusion of a self, something that was not God, nor of God, that she would suffer through an infinity of horror and misery in the nightmare, before at too long last giving up that which she never had. But he did not tell her that. Instead, he lied and told her it was nothing, and then he was infinitely tender to her for the remainder of that night, for he knew that she had nowhere to turn but to he who has nothing else. The promise. The night the ludus fell dark and silent, but she knew she could not keep it from encroaching with the sunlight. Lucilla looked out the window as the first rays dappled the sands of the ludus below. She felt Sagny behind her, enveloping her, like the ocean around a rock on the shore. He held her there, and she already dreaded having to leave him there to the horrors of the day and days ahead, which she was powerless to save him from, as well as leaving absent him. He turned her toward him, and putting his hand gently under her chin, lifted it until her eyes met his. You're sad. There is aught else you can be, it is understood. I cannot remove your burden from you, he said. They each were equally powerless to save the other, the difference being that Sagny accepted it. Yet something came upon him now, for which reason there was not. He stood up, the act of raising his big body taking some time, and changed the viewpoint of the room very much in so doing. But he kept his eyes fixed directly upon his wife as he made ready his words. She raised herself to her knees on the bed, then sensing the correct moment, lifted her eyes expectantly towards her husband's. He held her gently by both shoulders, then bent his body so their eyes were inches from one another. At last he said, What is important is not what happens here, but rather that you understand that there is no here. She was unsure which was the greater absurdity, that which her husband spoke, or his surety of its correctness. Your grief can be overcome with the certainty that it is impossible to be separated. We are in heaven. We are as one there, so much so that there is no place where one of us ends or that the other begins, a oneness so complete that bodies cannot accomplish it. As she protested, he interrupted her gently, saying, You will see this when you awaken from the dream, when realize the only way to know anything. In actuality, we all already have awakened. And now she stared up at him in such a way that she could never look away, and he said, When we awake, none of this will matter. I know you don't believe me, but I swear you'll see that it's true. And when I do awaken to make it out, I'll find you, and make straight your path, just as has Jesus, I promise. More firmly rooted in his right mind than ever, he said it with such tenor and authority that she was inspired, took courage and grudging belief finally. If great and mighty Sonia came to Jesus, so then could she perhaps today. Still looking straight into his eyes and believing every word she said, without knowing what she was saying or how she would accomplish it, swore, "And I promise to let you know when I awaken from mine, when I make it out." Before now, Lucilla had never thought of waking from a dream. She knew nothing of it. Indeed, despite her husband's beliefs and Jesus' teaching, she was unaware of being in one. But now she swore solemnly and hoped that she meant it. It was implicit, of course, that Sanyi would be the one to make it first, and he would return to rescue her. Then she would be with him in the afterlife forever, and Jesus be damned to hell. That was all that she wanted. She took comfort in that, but she resisted it too. For Lucilla wanted not the oneness of heaven, rather the specialness of a blissful dream of forever alone with her wonderful husband. "Don't die," she beseeches him. "Please don't ever die," she whispered, interlocking her fingers behind his neck whilst peering into him. She could not be aware of how desperate she sounded, because she was unaware of how needy she was. Bodies need, he thought, and she thinks she is a body. Trying in vain to speak through the tears, she instead wept openly, fully into her husband's great chest instead. Gently, he pulled her, brushed her hair back from her face, and lightly kissed her cheek. Then he pushed her back onto the bed, holding her until she finally was to sleep. For Lucilla, it was the only cessation of her intense grief she would find, and yet she still could not know what a curse loving the gentle Sanyi would continue to be. The morning did arrive, and Lucilla left the Ludus. Sanyi watched his wife depart through the gated archway, watched himself from above the battlefield, and knew that most men could never have watched her walk away with such peace. Most men would have felt deep pangs of want, born of loving from lack. Sanyai lacked very little, therefore he loved almost purely, the absence of missing her, but a symptom of his pure love for her. He was not concerned for her welfare, because he was aware that as himself, she was a dreamer in a dream. But he was curious as to whether or not she would attend his fights, well aware that she could watch him die before her very eyes. Such a thing would intensify her nightmare, but could not harm her, the dreamer. He decided that he would bring these things to Jesus. As for Vettius and his Ludus, he judged neither, simply noticed how they, as did all of Roma, depended entirely on slaves who needed nothing from Roma in return. Yet will be the day, and is already, when the master shall be free of his slaves, he reminisced Jesus' words. She exited with those melodious words from her husband's tongue, reverberating and rebounding off the inside of her brain, so close that there is nowhere one begins or that the other ends, and oneness so close that bodies cannot accomplish it. This was the closeness she craved forever. Being so close to him felt like the only thing she could ever endure. Nothing else would suffice. Yet was she still kept from him? It was the especially dangerous trap of the special relationship of which Christ had warned Sanyi. Where her husband's feeling was inclusive of the entire world, even the Romans, even the money changers, her sense of that infinite expression of closeness excluded every single thing in the world that was not her husband. Such a sense of specialness, born of the bloody hands of the Io's defiant defense to love, was what necessitated and would continue to necessitate for her unreal centuries and the death and rebirth of pain and suffering, the stubborn holding on to of a world which never was, a world which her husband, following Christ's example, had so gently and insouciantly cast aside, but now bitterly persecuted her. With the victory fresh under his belt, Vettius was anxious to maximize his returns on Pompili, who was correct when ascertaining that his master was far more concerned with Jesus than himself. Vettius now sought to appeal to the Son of God for redemption in the afterlife, redemption for the severe punishment which he expected for the extreme guilt which he perceived. Pompili was brought to him, and Vettius dismissed the centurions, leaving him alone with his property. They greeted, and Vettius led Pampili in a slow walk out of his office, past the main indoor court, out of the main building to a timber and vine-shaded patio on the western wall of the ludus, through which they could view Mediterranean Sea. The vines crawled and curled around the long, 2-foot diameter timber to provide ample shade to a fountain flanked by several cool marble benches close enough to the walls to be leaned against. There were no bright-colored plant that Pompili could notice anywhere, only palms and unripened grapes. Vettius sat first on the bench, facing west towards the sea, acutely aware of the weariness of his body after such grueling training sessions. Pompili wasted no time in sitting when allowed to, the weariness of his possession going unnoticed by its possessor. Pompili put his big palms down on the bench beside his thighs and propped himself up. He noticed that he was tired, too tired and should be resting. He noticed that his owner did not notice, and he noticed that despite all of this, his heart was light, his mood cheerful, as he wondered, what does my Dominus want? Looking demure, sitting beside his gladiator, Vettius came characteristically directly to the point. He was almost certain that receiving redemption in the afterlife would be more difficult than favor in this life. He was shocked at Pompili's answer. You need do nothing, for it has already been done. Rather, it has all been undone. Remember that you have never left your home which is in heaven. Do you fear death, Dominus? The gladiator asked. Vettius immediately nodded in the affirmative, then craned his neck. After a long moment, the gladiator turned to his left and spoke down to the man at his left, saying, No, you don't, my Dominius. Crossing his mighty elbows and bringing his mouth down to his master's ear, he spoke softly but powerfully. You don't fear death, my Dominius. You love it. You embrace it. You call to it. You beg to it. Come save me. Save me from a most unmerciful disaster, which unmerciful disaster, God. We, each and every one of us, singularly and in total, we all do. Looking up and to his side, Vettius remained silent, knowing full well that Pompili would soon prove his starting point. Then the gladiator straightened himself, looking straight, but speaking to the man at his side. Death, he continued, proves we are real. God is love. God is almighty. He can only create, not destroy. But we die, and by so doing seemingly do destroy that which he created, thus putting ourselves above him, conquering in a sense him. The Son says in death, I destroy that which he hath created, placing myself thus above him. Therefore, if death is real, then God is dead. If I cannot die, I cannot kill God. If I cannot kill God, I cannot be real, for only God is. If God is, then I am not. Death is the bloody proof which says I am, and God is not. Remember that the Son's terror is that he believes that he is, which is his greatest error, for he is not, only God is. God is, and we cease to speak. Until the Son remembers to laugh at the tiny mad idea, we must believe we die. For if we do not have death, we did not have life, which is to say, we do not have a self apart from God, which is our true terror. Yet to have a self says that God is dead. How silly! Death, my Domina, the gladiator summarized, is neither to be feared nor favored. It should be treated as nothing, for it is nothing. But there is the mistake of thinking that death is peace, but you cannot awaken and see heaven if there is even a speck of fear in your mind. Domina paused, absorbing his property's words, and that property knew that where his wife could never comprehend, his Dominus understood, implicitly and immediately, grasping his own words even as they were spoke, and filling the air. And tell me of my enemies, Marcus Aurelius and his ilk, Vettius asked, must I pray for them? Pompili flexed his huge thigh, still surprised by the booming voice, emanating from so small a frame, still sitting next to and below him. You deal with them on the worldly level as you see fit. Save that you simply must not judge them. Recall that difference. Love or hate is what the Io uses to confuse us, to make us believe that we are each separate one from another. And were you to deny a brother's entry into heaven, then you would deny your own. And consider how futile, for heaven is already here. You and I have never left it. We but sleep, dreaming our dreams of exile. They would continue to meet and talk every day, sometimes more than once, usually just at dusk as the blood-colored sunset dimmed to dark after the intensive training sessions, after which the gladiator should have rested. But his Dominius was as greedy a student of Jesus as he was an able one. Whereas to Lucilla he would explain a simple concept in several different, equally unsuccessful methods, he found his Dominus sometimes finishing his sentences for him. The mystical match. Vettius considered his options regarding Pompili carefully, which was characteristically unlike him. Normally, Vettius was considered bold for risking his investments so easily. It was a strategy which gained him favor in the eyes of the populace, and accordingly, grudging recognition by the political class. What no one understood was that in mind, Vettius risked nothing. His gladiators were mere chattel, and his wealth was vastly unknown and underestimated by all. But regarding this piece of chattel, Vettius was already unknowingly guarding against friendship. The IO was slipping in. Regarding the threatening friendship and the victory fresh under his belt, Vettius had an ever more delicate balance to maintain in order to maximize his returns on Pompili. Almost in defiance to that balance, he determined that Pompili would fight in the ludus of his political rival, Gaius Aurelius, against his best gladiator. Both men were anxious to court the crowd and, through it, political power. Vettius was in the enviable position of not having to field the winning fighter. Aurelius was younger, but Vettius was politically unknown. To gain status, he merely needed to satisfy the crowd, which could include either sparing or sacrificing Pompili at their whimful delight. Aurelius had not only to please the crowd, but his men were expected to win. Either way, as always, the gains and losses to the owners were denominated first in the currency of blood of the gladiators on the sand. Vettius had always been insouciant to the outcomes of matches, calculating coolly the fate of his fighter by a cursory judgment of the momentary caprice of the crowd. The gnaw at his stomach was new and different to him. It was more than unwelcome. It was something which hitherto had been unknown, but presently was beyond his control. That knot Gordian and distended at the pit of his own stomach was beyond his touch, out of his control, and as Pompili emerged from the shade to the glare of the arena, it pulled so tight that he feared it would bend him over. He had to straighten his arms against the plush rests to prevent it. The match would be held without shields. It would be to Pompili's detriment. He was by far the bigger and slower man. As anticipated, the Thracian brought the fight to him, trying to negate his superior reach. Pompili deftly blocked a series of diagonal and horizontal slashes with the same attitude that he would pick flowers from the side of the road. Then the Thracian thrust straight at Pompili's midsection. Pompili brought his blade down in a counterclockwise half-arc and clearly heard and saw thrust being easily blocked. He also clearly felt and saw the blade run him straight through, both disparate acts occurring in slow, dreamy motions. That was interesting, he thought. He retaliated with a horizontal cut, which missed entirely when his opponent ducked under it, and simultaneously cut the Thracian's head off. From above the battlefield, Pompili could see his dying prostrate body, could see himself appealing to Vettius for his mercy, could see the Thracian appealing for the same, and could see the dead Thracian. He could see all the dreams as they were, happening all at once. It was as Jesus had said, and he could take any of them he wanted, or none at all. But unlike Jesus, he could not hold all of them at once, any more than he could see both near and far simultaneously. He had to focus on one soon, or it would be lost to the random collection. The Thracian cut him across the belly, horizontally, not deep enough to cause internal injuries, but deep enough that if he wanted to do anything more in this lifetime, then he had to do that something soon. He did. The Thracian was leaning forward and off balance as he finished the slicing cut. Pompili, with more agility than such a big man should have had already recovered, and was moving in. With both hands on the hilt, he sliced vertically with all his might. The dull blade struck the Thracian in the back of the head with a blunt thumping sound, splitting it from the crown to the base of the spine. When the man fell on his stomach at Pompili's feet, a cloud of dust was the only movement his body made. The helmet was all that remained to keep the Thracian's head together. The match was over, and Pompili had actually won, and the weight which was lifted off of Vedius had nothing to do with senatorial ambitions. Once inside, Pompili was again attended to by the finest standard of Roman medical care. Roman doctors had pioneered physical therapy techniques that would be practiced for thousands of years. They could reset broken bones perfectly. Only severe internal bleeding was beyond their competence, and fortunately, Pompili had none of that. His quick backward jump, along with the extra layer of fat afforded by his bland bean diet, had protected him from the worst of the Thracian's blade. He was still safe from things that weren't, things within the dream. He had just seen the multitude of illusions. Now he wanted to see beyond them all. He could have no idea how soon he would, but that little bit of wanting would make him wish he hadn't. So far it had all been going well for he who had nothing else. But he was about to learn just what a distraction being too close to what he always wanted could be. The IO-shifting tactics from savior to the most subtle and diabolical, to the special relationship of awakening from the dream itself. Lucilla was no longer so naive as to just what a gladiator does, what he must do to return alive. She waited panic-stricken for her husband's return, her mind and brain terrorizing her with all possibilities of the impossible. But for now, when horse-cart bringing all the gladiators from the arena came back to the ludus, she leapt with blind terror to see if her husband would be in it, and thank God he was. The smile that came across her face was one that only pure joy could form, and she was not even disappointed by the fact that the gladiators would be put straight to bed, or hospital, or ground. For now she was delirious with joy simply that he was alive, safe and close for now. She went to sleep that night with something that she lost the night Sonia was captured with Jesus, something she was sure she'd never hold again. It was the most precious of things to lose. But the most dangerous thing to hold close to it was hope, for safe is not what a gladiator is, ever. Safe comes only after the granting of freedom, only after the wooden sword and the green wreath, and yet for just now all things did seem possible. Pompili had seen his wife from the slave cart, but feigned that he had not. It was not for lack of what the world would call love or caring any more than splitting a man's head open was what the world called brutal. Pompili simply realized that from the many-faceted experiences of his most recent match, what Jesus had taught, that which he had so recently experienced on the sandy stage of the arena from above the battlefield, that all of this world was over long ago. It was over before it ever really happened. It was over even now in this moment that seemed to be. It was how he could watch his beautiful wife leave the ludus taking with her all the delicate touches and scents that any man craved, that his body craved as it craves the air. But in his mind, he has nothing else. When the cart stopped in the court and Pompili got out, he was aware of some pain at various points of his body, but he wanted to be alone this night, not answering the inane questions of the physician. So he went to his cell, not the room he had spent with his wife, though. It was still paid with more than enough coin for, and lay on his back on the hard cot, staring straight up at the fungus on the ceiling. Not thoughts, but clarity came through in a flood. He finally understood now what Jesus said that night in his garden, and his determination to be crucified. It wasn't that the mind of the Son was healed by Jesus when he was crucified. It was healed the instant that it seemed to be apart from the Father. That is what became so clear to him in his top-down view of the battlefield, that none of what he thought he saw was real. For how could it be? How could the atonement be accepted, and the world, which is aught but the result of guilt for a sin that never really happened, be real? He shifted his body a little on the cot, and then put his arm across his brow without blinking. He possessed utter faith now in all aspects of the teachings of the Christ that the world lived only in a dream of time that is already over. Time is what the EO used to make the dream seem real. Jesus came not to forgive a crime that never was. Jesus is to remind us of our place beside the Father, from which we could never really leave. This world is long since gone, Jesus said on that night. This is a terrifying thought to the IO which created the worlds of illusion and strives to keep the illusion real. For if the world is long since gone, so too then is the IO. But it is infinitely healing to the Son whose mistaken belief is the IO's device to keep the dream alive. But Jesus said that the EO would not allow the Son to simply wake, because like a trick of magic, once it is known, it is undone. Once it is undone, the IO is dead. Pompili didn't stir for the remainder of that evening. He simply lay on his back with his arm across his brow, trying to scheme the IO's scheme of keeping the Son asleep and in his dream of separation alive. He understood that the IO would do anything to keep him in the world, but what he was trying to understand now was precisely how. On the following morning with him, Verdius plotted Sanyi's next contest. Being severe is seen as a sign of strength in the Senate, but Vettius was feeling uncharacteristically weak on this day. He liked the gladiator, felt as did Lucilla comfortable and comforted in the giant's presence. Were he capable of the sentiment, he would have even said safe. In the business of pitting gladiators, the Lanista was always assisted by his doctore, which often led to full-scale warfare between Vettius and Doctore, who was no longer a slave, but a free man able to speak his mind to his employer, an employer who needed him more than he needed the employment. They each had an equal but different kind of investment in the fighters. For the politically motivated Vettius, the investment was always purely political more than financial. Now, with the presence of Big Pompili, it was becoming ever more complicated than that. For Vettius the trick was how to feign indifference. To himself, at least. While on the one hand, Vettius was accustomed to treating each of his gladiators as an expensive piece of equipment, a strong mule or a good cart. He was good to them so long as they won in the arena, but sometimes, to curry crowd favor and the associated political clout that it bore, he would overmatch or outnumber his gladiator, heartlessly indifferent to the outcome. Whereas Dr. Ray had forged a personal bond with each fighter and cared for all, while having loved some as a son. Neither man's cause was more correct than the other, neither more or less selfish than the other. Each was completely selfish, Dr. Ray in attempting to make schedules which maximize his fighters' chances to live, and Vettius in maximizing his financial and political return. These two men were as selfish as they were different, and they were as different as they were disapproving of each other. Vettius had always lived the privileged life of a Roman nobleman. He looked down upon Doctore as unworthy and unappreciative, who was after all neither Roman nor noble. Doctore had been a gladiator, a slave. He had escaped the horrors of slavery by the blade of the gladius, knowing that Vettius could not have prevailed for a single day in his place. Also, he was too well aware of the stingy manner to Vettius's nature. Doctore had won an incredible 23 bouts for Vettius, and still not been awarded the wooden sword and green wreath. Were it not for intense and vociferous public disapproval, Doctore knew that he would have remained a slave still. Doctore had not any awareness of the burgeoning friendship growing between his pupil and his employer. He held to things as he still believed them to be. What Doctore really needed now was to buy time for his large and largely inexperienced pupil. A gladiator is like fruit on the vine, it needs time to grow ripe. Vettius needed a new champion to showcase at the games he was to host in the coming months. Each year the gladiatorial event is hosted by a different ludus, and this year it was Vettius's turn to host the event. For politically ambitious Vettius to curry favor with the crowd, it was not critical that his gladiator would win, but that he was generous to them, willing to sacrifice his valued property, his champion, at their whim, and that the overall event to be spectacular. As of now, that champion was the promising but inexperienced Sanyi, whom he now called Pompili. Vettius insisted that he fight the rising new Retiarius Tetricus from the ludus of Maximilian. Doctore stubbornly refused, insisting that Pompili needed more time to develop, even suggesting that they enter the lesser venues outside of Roma to allow Pompili to further both his skills and reputation there. "Nonsense," Vettius said, raising his voice. "My champion fights only in the grand events." But Doctore saw through Vettius's feigned pride. Vettius was taking shortcuts with their gladiators again. When he was still a slave, Doctore had been forced to accept Vettius' decisions which were the thread by which his life hung. Doctore often wondered how he had survived it. Vettius pushed him too soon as well, and even once he was established, Vettius made him fight while still badly injured, often made him fight 2 other gladiators at once, and even made him fight a Retiarius without a sword or shield. Then there was the lie, there was eternally that. Vettius swore to Doctore that he would grant him freedom as soon as he had accomplished 10 victories in the arena. Doctore did not complain after he'd won his 11th or 12th matches. Even after the 13th win, Doctore simply asked Vettius if he remembered what he had said about freeing him. Vettius didn't hesitate to say, "Of course I do," looking away as though he were not worthy of being spoken to. That is what a slave is. But when he defeated 2 Thracians at once, the crowd in that arena chanted "Libera, libera, libera," demanding freedom from Doctore, who was then the gladiator called Mordax, and Vettius was forced to grant it immediately, for Vettius was a slave too, to his ambition. Doctore would never forget going from the body of the second fallen opponent to where Vettius was seated to get his wreath and wooden sword. It was unreal to him at the time because it was so unexpected. He was always resigned to die in the arena at the stingy hands of the greedy Vettius. Doctore never noticed how he became accustomed to being a slave. Most men don't. Sooner or later, they simply accept it. Slaves can see past human failings of their dominus, but men can never go unappreciated. Even a slave must feel that his life, that he is significant, albeit in service to another. But Doctore was so aware that for all his sacrifice, Vettius was completely unaware, and it was against that indifference that Doctore, the free man, could now at long last retaliate. When Vettius promised to free Pompili if he won all the fights through his tournament, Doctore did not remind Vettius that he was a liar, but he did demand that Vettius contract it legally, cleverly extending his free rights to a slave and forcing Vettius to do what he otherwise would not have. Vettius did not get angry. It was he who baited his doctor into the maneuver. Feigning practical indifference, he made the contract, but in doing so, Vettius was torn into 2. So, Doctore had secured Sanyi's future at the expense of his present. The contract would spare Pompili from Vettius's treachery after the tournament, but nothing put down on a scroll could save him from the fights in the tournament, nor the upcoming match against the Retiarius Tetricus of the ludus of Maximilian. Against that salvation, if it existed at all, was to be found squarely within the walls of the ludus. But Doctore had no idea what true salvation was, nor that there wasn't anything he could do to spare Pompili from what lay in wait in the darkness all around to be revealed in the arena. As he dismissed Doctor, Vettius demanded to see Pompili immediately and privately. Doctore was sure of treachery, but in fact, none would be revealed. Vettius would simply use the occasion to do what he had long wanted, to broach again the subject of Jesus with his champion gladiator, Pompili. Pompili entered wearing a red toga, the gold vive on it indicating that he belonged to the house of Vettius. But it showed that he had status, rank among the slaves. It was an unwanted distinction, one of which he neither approved nor disapproved. A spear-carrying Roman soldier escorted Pompili into the office, whose door from the main house was an oval opening covered only with a thick purple cloth, or curtain, was readily dismissed by Vedius, who was just raised from the desk upon which he labored. He waved his arm over the tabletop in a manner as to clear it off. Then he feigned a laugh. "Dominus," Pompili said with a respectful bow of the head. "Let's go outside," the little man boomed in that deepest of baritone. Pompili thought that they were going to the balcony overlooking the practice arena, directly behind the table, but they walked off through a door to his left, into a portion of the complex on the top tier which he had never before seen. It was a large rectangular court so cluttered with green leafy trees that he could not determine if they were inside or out, only the prodigious columns rendering a clue. His eyes were dutifully pointed down towards his domina. "You were a follower of the crucified rabbi named Jesus, one who said that he was the Son of God," Vedius said in a tone as close to low as he could. "So this remains about Jesus," Pompili correctly perceived immediately. "Who said that all of us are?" Pompili corrected when he thought it correct to do so. Vetius stopped and looked up at his slave. Pompili could almost hear the little man's thinking. "Let us sit," Vetius said, moving towards a stone block for that purpose. As he sat down, Pompili looked up at small birds flying around one of the columns. When he did perceive that Vetius wanted him to explain, he did so. Pompili explained to his dominus what Jesus had taught, that the world is aught but a dream, and that our purpose is but to awaken from it, to make it. Pompili had explained this to many others, his wife included, but unlike all of them, Vetius instantly understood. "There's only one Son of God. That is all of us," Pompili was finishing. Vetius hadn't even noticed that it was fully dark out, and the only light was the flame from the torches. "So Jesus was aught but the first to awaken from the dream?" Vetius asked. Surprised, Pompili reflexively smiled broadly, nodding his head in the affirmative as he did so. Vetius did not even notice how much he enjoyed the affirmation. It was not an affirmation that Pompili wanted to communicate, merely the correctness of his master's concussion. Then, in a little while, Vetius asked Pompili how he could pray to Jesus to gain favor for things of this world. Pompili considered his answer carefully. Vetius was a man accustomed to getting what he wanted, but this time he would not. "I have done as you were doing in there," Pompili motioned towards the office with his head. "I have toiled for coin, plotted to vanquish my enemies. In Judea they were the money changers, but you see that I am here." Jesus did not enter a plea to the Father or intercede on my behalf, nor would he, for to do so would be an admission that the world is real and of consequence, which is a lie, save for the fact that he knew that they believed their dreams to be true. The Christ was never concerned about the dream. He loved only the dreamer. You can ask Jesus to help you in this dream world, but because he loves you, he will not answer, for to do so would make the dream seem to be real, and you would be doomed to never escape it. You have ambitions, as did I, but you need no ambitions any more than did I. At this moment we each have everything. The only difference between us now is that I have nothing else. But Jesus performed miracles prodigiously, Vetius countered. One of the many charges against him was that he did perform miracles on the Sabbath day. That was magic, the gladiator continued. Magic is anything having to do with the body, and he performed the magic for his own purposes to instruct the disciples. Otherwise, Dominus Jesus would not heal a crippled body, because in truth there is nobody to heal. He did seem cruel, stated Vetius matter-of-factly. This may seem cruel to a mind that believes it is a body, but it to the mind that knows it is a mind it is redeeming. The gladiator gently corrected. Vetius remained silent for a long while, astonished at the gentle authority of his slave, unknowing of how to proceed in the unassailable truth of the gladiator's assertion. Pompili perceived his master's quick comprehension without judgment, nor did he judge his wife for her lack of comprehension. He remembered the warring factions in Sidon, how one chief understood, and the other did not, but Jesus judged neither. A most amazing man, Vedius thought again of Pompili as he dismissed him. Once back in his chamber, Pompili stretched out in the manner he had. On his back brought one leg up so his foot rested flat and one hand under his head. He had already summed Vedius up. His dominus understood Jesus implicitly. In fact, he was not surprised when the thought occurred that Vedius was well on the way to waking already. Another thing apparent to Pompili was that his domina was and always would be in deep personal pain, the pain of seeking approval from others, a skill he had honed with his long-dead father. It continued in this manner that Vedius would call Pompili to him in the early evening as soon as he could. Sometimes his champion was still breathing heavy from practice. They would take long walks in the gardens, sit on the balcony and watch the brilliant sunsets to the west. Vedius was always impressed by the rapturous beauty of them, Pompili indifferent to their worldly, dreamlike nature. Vetius would talk of his desires to become governor, of his treacherous methods to obtain it, and always Pompili would listen without judgment or scorn, the only man Vetius could trust to do so. Gradually, by steady degrees, their relationship became more and more revealed for what was the true nature between master and slave, namely, that Pompili needs nothing from Vetius, not even his freedom, but Vetius needs everything from him. Back to the open. While his wife was pacing desperately outside, the Sanyi hung his huge leg over the end of a table as the physician removed the Retiarius's trident, which had broken off in his left thigh. The pain was excruciating, but it was not what was making him quiver with cold sweat. The lightning bolts of pain that shot through his body barely registered. It was remembering the dark sky and falling off the world that made his fingers dig into the tabletop when the physician removed the trident's single-embedded prong in one swift motion. Pompili, aware of the pain, wished it was all that there was to worry about. With the trident removed, he lay down his head and with his arm covered his eyes as the blood which spurted from the wound mixed with sweat and sand into a soupy brown mud that oozed into tiny rivers and ran down his leg, then dripped down on the ground. What was that? What was the world coming to get him? Was that heaven? Jesus had said much about the world being an illusion, but he had never said anything about the darkness, had never prepared him for anything such as that. What was that? Pompili didn't know, but in trying to make sense of it, he made the subtle and terrible mistake and remembered not to laugh. And in remembering not to laugh, this son knew again that which he had not since he had known Jesus, doubt. After he could walk again, but before he could resume training, Sanyi went to meet Vetius in his office. There Vetius disclosed what he and Dottore had previously agreed upon. The agreement had seemed clear at the time, but his injury had now cast some doubt upon it. "How is your leg, Sanyi?" Vetius asked. "Well, I think it bends in both directions now," he answered dryly, trying not to make anything of it. Vetius straightened his arms out on the desk, leaned back in his chair, and studied his man. Without either of them knowing it, in the next few minutes, they would both make a critical decision for themselves and each other. "Pompili," Vetius began, "you've done well. You've risen quickly, and with just 3 victories, you've won coin and fame. Of course, you've also gained me a coin and influence with Maximilian and other political vermin. He almost begged me to sell you to him." He said it as though he had done Pompili a favor by not selling to him, but was thrown off when he realized that Pompili did not get the implication. Actually, he did get the implication, it just didn't register with him. Vetius lived by the double-edged sword of reward and punishment, success and failure, friends and enemies. Pompili understood those concepts and understood the falseness of them. He understood they were just devices of the I.O. to keep our attention on things in the dream and not having, at least he once did. "I didn't sell you, but I did pledge you to fight in Maximilian's games in 3 months. I know you are still injured, and Doctori tells me that 3 months is not enough time, but if you win, I will gain his patronage for the Senate, and I will grant you your freedom immediately." Now did Pompili sense a slight touch of pleading in his voice that Vettius himself was unaware of. "You don't have to answer now. Give it some thought." But Pompili did perceive his master's treachery. What Pompili did not perceive was his master's hesitation. Vettius knew that he was verily risking this gladiator's life for one last match, and he knew that he wanted so much more from him than the last match, so much more than that. He even intended to build a house for the freeman and Lucilla to live in once he is retired. The ex-slave would be his new teacher, but the IO digs in. Old ambitions die hard. At this moment, their constantly evolving master and slave relationship becoming more completely entwined. At this moment, it was the master pleading to the slave for something that only he could give. At this moment, the relationship crossed the well-marked line of master and slave to man. Vettius could, in principle, command his slave to fight, and it would be done. But Vettius had a favor to gain, and had to appear to be magnanimous. His gladiator had to seem to be willing to give his answer to fight in the affirmative. Then, more importantly, once the answer was rendered, to win or at least force an appeal. The Sadni in the temple that the money changers had turned into a market before Jesus had entered it would have yearned to do good deeds, and so would have agreed to risk his body for the other man's sake. The Pompili that was before the dark sky opened up would not have trusted his own good intentions, knowing that they are not enough. Knowing full well the misleading desire for doing good deeds, that there are none, knowing full well that nothing good or bad can happen to us in this world, for it is all aught but a dream. But Pompili who answered was not the same as the gladiator before the darkness appeared to him, or as the man in the temple. He was a mixture who remembered, but once again had the old desires, the desire of the IO, to do seemingly good deeds. So even before he was aware that it was, his decision was made, and he had no idea that it was of the EO. He studied the Vettius studying him. Dominus was Pompili's only remark, but given with a slight bow for the head, and the answer had been given. Doctore was not the only one worried about Pompili's next match. Vettius was far too self-centered and preoccupied with Pompili's final match. It was unwelcomed, it was new, it was frightening, it was selfish, but it was love as the world is aware of it. Pompili himself was still badly shaken by having seen the sky, the world, and drop away. It was not what he had expected if he had expected anything. He had no idea what it was or what it meant. He did against his will cast judgment upon it. He judged it as vile. Jesus had said that the absence of the illusion of separation looked as pure bright light. But the reality he thought that had just woken to was completely dark, and it was in that shifting darkness that the IO went to work. Every organ in the body does its job. The liver secretes bile, the brain thoughts. Since it seemed the sky fall away, Pompili's brain had been excessively secreting thoughts, successively secreting, evaluating, and eliminating ideas before most of them made their way to his consciousness. Each idea a toehold into understanding what he had seen, and of all the thoughts which capricious randomness could give him, the only idea taking form now was the one that was unthinkable until now. Jesus was a sophist. The thought popped up and was immediately suppressed, for it could become a full-fledged idea, but like everything else in the dream, it fights to live, fights to make believe it is there, fights to make the sun believe it is real, and he is false. In so doing, the IO fights to kill that which gives it apparent life, but so it fights. Worst still was that Jesus would not answer him. In all the days since he had seen Jesus, it had not happened once that Jesus would not scribe to him his course, but once discovered for his treachery, the Christ had abandoned now him. Pompili, who could not train, had plenty of time to think. His thoughts weren't the only thing working against him. Claudius Maximilian, in his quest for redemption against Vettius, had a new gladiator in his employ, but not his ludus. None of Vettius' spies could discover him, but out there, somewhere in Roma, a healthy, highly accomplished, technically polished gladiator was training as though he were fighting the gods, but would be fighting the wounded and shaken Pompili instead. It was already a month after his match with the Retirarius, and yet was Pompili preoccupied by the darkness, by the doubts about Jesus. His injured left leg could scarcely hold weight. It was being manipulated by the physical therapists. At this point in his career, painful injuries were commonplace to Pompili. In the past, he'd always ignored the pain and chatted with the doctors and physical therapists attending him. But now he sat with the shoulders hunched and stared at the floor, beyond the floor. He needed the help of 2 other gladiators to scale the steps to his room. Once there, however, he noticed Vettius has left a small, very big gift for him, Lucilla. He was overjoyed to see her, but as her visit lingered, a new idea entered his mind, one he'd never known before. As he saw her sitting there on the edge of the bed, her beauty, her desirability, for the first time in his life, he was overwhelmed with the impending sense of loss. Beautiful and desirable now, he wanted to hold her more than ever, but when he stepped toward her, he could not hold back the grimace as the leg sent the screaming message of agony to his brain, and he stumbled. Lucilla rushed to get him, and together they hobbled over to the bed. Once there, Lucilla realized that she was not going to make love to her husband this day. She could feel his burning with fever, and see that the pain in his leg would take predominance over all. Lucilla was barely 22 years old and still very much a little girl, but as she stroked her husband's forehead, propped up the pillows for him to lean against, she became aware that there was something very wrong with her husband, and it wasn't his leg. Sonia reclined back against the pillows, but he didn't stay that way long. He immediately lay full out. She looked up at him into his gentle eyes, and he told her about the darkness, and as doubt weaved its way deeper into Sonia's psyche, his wife's response turned it upside down. "It was nothing," she said. "It was just nothing, just as Jesus always said." "Listen now to you quoting Jesus," Sonia said, laughing painfully, and fell asleep. Lucilla spent the night in the V-shape between her husband's arm and body. She cuddled his burning hot arm in hers and lay awake all night, though there was no way for them to know it. She had just taken the first baby steps toward her own enlightenment. 3 months later, "Jupiter's cock!" Doctor screamed, the paroxysm made manifest by the sheer frustration of incompetence. Somewhere in Roma was a fierce and seasoned gladiator who had been training for 3 months while Sonia could barely recover and could only limp. For all the spies that Vettius and his money could buy, that Maximilian's gladiator was in Capua was the only information they can glean. Doctor told Pompili of this, and told him that Vettius had even promised to double payment to the one who could name or at least garner some useful information about the unknown gladiator. But for Pompili it was completely unnecessary. He instantly knew who his opponent was. Pompili kept it to himself. There was no need for Doctore to know yet. But on this day, it wasn't just Pompili keeping secrets. Doctore had been with Vettius many years now, and he perceived Vettius's treachery. Earlier in the week, he had pled with Vettius to delay the fight or place another gladiator in Sonia's stead. But Vettius steadfastly refused. Maximilian insisted on Vettius's champion, and that was Pompili. Doctore still did not realize that Vettius now had a great affection for Pompili. He perceived only Vettius' treachery, believing only that Vettius was deliberately sacrificing Sogni to the altar of his own higher ambitions. Politically, Vettius could gain more, with the aid of the gods, by losing to Maximilian, and politically Vettius was moved as in no other way. Vettius would sacrifice Pompili, and Maximilian would save face. Vedius would then have his patronage for political advance. It was also painfully obvious, but he would spare Pompili such knowledge, he thought. He was wrong. Vetius summoned Doctore and Pompili together and made them both a solemn promise that Pompili did not have to win. He merely had to fight long enough to force an appeal. Pompili, if you can force an appeal, then I am the guest at Maximilian's ludus, which, as you know, means the appeal is mine. I swear to you that I will grant it. As Pompili finally began training, he perceived Vetius's treachery and forgave it, but he did not forgive it, as would the Holy Spirit. He did not forgive it by making nothing out of it, because it was nothing. Rather, he forgave it as one who is wronged and thereby judged a brother. Since he'd seen the darkness, Sonny sees the world through the eyes of his separated mind rather than the eyes of the Holy Spirit, and thus had slipped back into the rescuer personality of his boyhood, and now he would rescue Vetius. The promise to grant an appeal was no small thing, but useless unless he could fight well enough to force it. Doctore must now train Sanyi such that his strength and stamina returns, but his injured leg also heals. With 2 weeks to go, there was no good way to do it. Yet was Doctore amazed, for Pompili had progressed beyond all he could have imagined. Despite everything, he might yet win. In the evenings after the injury-shortened training sessions, Vetius did not see Pompili, but let him spend the time with Lucilla instead. They spent the time having sex, and it was sex and love at the same sublime time. He remembered it not ever like this. Lucilla's shapely form snaking rhythmically on top of him, changing positions again, tasting all her beautiful juices, and she and him reaching ecstasy together, his inside her. It was an experience that made the dream seem very real, and not one he wanted to wake from, and he wondered what Jesus was really talking about anyway. The final day. The games began early the following morning. First, lesser-known and lesser-skilled gladiators were paired against each other in mass. From between the vertical bars of his cell, Pompili could see the men entering from opposite sides of the arena and walking purposefully towards each other at its center. He was painfully aware that each man began the morning with high hopes of moving down his road to freedom. But neither Vetius nor Claudius Maximilian was in a mood for mercy. The men who lost and appealed were slaughtered. The winners paired were against each other again. Before the sun's shadow was lifted from the arena's floor, not a single gladiator was standing. All their high hopes brought cascading down to blood-stained sand. Pompili adorned his armor in the manner of a man accustomed to doing a particular task, unconscious that he was even doing it. It was the same manner in which Doctore had taught him to fight. Warming up, he felt the pain of his injured leg, moving from unbearable to something just slightly less. To save both his stamina and leg for the match, Doctore kept his warm-up abbreviated. The gladiators would enter from opposite sides of the arena and walk briskly towards each other. Doctore didn't want his man limping into the arena. As the gate swung open with a clang, Pompili stepped onto the sand into the din of the cacophony of the crowd noise and walked calmly towards the center of the arena, there to be astonished not by the vision of his old friend Vibius that had been fully anticipated. Rather that Vibius had changed his style completely. He was now a Thrax. He fought now with a shield and a sword curved like a J, allowing the sword, when blocked, to still snake around and slice an opponent in the back. Pompili had never faced a Thrax before. A morsel of intelligence to the matter would have been worth all of the gold in Roma had it been obtained in usable advance. Now, however, all of Doctore's hard work just crumbled like grains of sand spilled onto the ground. He made eye contact with Vibius for just a second. If Vibius recognized or was surprised to see him, it didn't show. He simply turned to Vetius and bowed. Pompili followed suit. It wasn't surprising to Pompili, thought. Gladiators lived, trained, and grew together, just like original sin separation sets, in scattering loved ones like dust in the wind or opposing grains on the sands. As Vedius dropped a white cloth to signify the beginning of the bout, and cool dusk breeze blew it away before it hit the floor, to Pompili it was a good sign, but Vibius was quick. Barely had Pompili turned to look, when he felt the impact of Vibius's curved blade against the shield. It staggered him. The rumor that Vibius would be granted his freedom for winning was obviously true. He fought like a man possessed. "Pompili, put head into fight," he heard Doctora roar, and he determined to fight in the center and make Vibius use more energy and move around him like spokes about the hub of a wheel. Vibius charged viciously. He had never seen his old friend in this manner before. It felt like he had 10 arms, but Pompili's shield, sword, and own massive body absorbed and sprung back after each powerful blow. Vibius's frontal assaults weren't working, so he shifted, moving around in a large circle as Pompili had hoped. It was Vibius who was using more energy, but it was also he who possessed more energy to be used. Still, Pompili was well aware that Vibius was much too good to continue using something that wouldn't work. Pompili shifted to his left, to his right, keeping pace with Vibius moving in a wide arc. Then Vibius attacked, but unlike the previous times, this time when he stepped back after his failed attempt, he moved right back into Pompili, slamming his shield and shoulder into Pompili's massive torso. Pompili was slightly unbalanced, but it was Vibius who was knocked off balance. Pompili hesitated not an instant. He jabbed, reaching with his right arm for all he could, nearly stabbing Vibius in the ribcage and ending the fight, but pushing off with his injured left leg made him a second too slow, and Vibius regained his balance without injury. For a cruel, hopeful second, Lucilla thought her nightmare was over until Vibius straightened up and squared off against her husband. Pompili took the standard position, with his left leg forward now. It's not that his leg didn't hurt, he was just too busy to pay attention to it, and as Vibius charged in like lightning, this time he gave Pompili something else to think about. Vibius struck diagonally down, and although Pompili blocked it, he was a second late, with a shield too close to his body. It was then that Vibius's oddly curved sword did its dirty duty. It reached like a claw around Sanyi's shield and sliced tissue of his left shoulder to the bone. The intense pain was worse than his leg had ever been, but not enough to stop the attack he'd already commenced. While fending off Vibius's blade with a clang, he lunged in with several short chopping jabs. When his blade returned bloody, he knew that at least one of them had found its mark. Neither man knew how bad the other was wounded, but each of their bodies recognized their limits against the cold steel of the other man's blade. The calculation had changed from preserving stamina to saving blood. Each man would have to kill the other before he bled to death. Pompili's agonizing shoulder left his shield noticeably low, and Vibius sought to take immediate advantage. He attacked with lightning speed, but surprisingly Big Man sidestepped and bladed his body to the attack, and was able to nick him on the sword arm as he flew by. Suddenly, both men realized that although Vibius entered the arena with more stamina, now he was the one losing the most blood. Pompili didn't have to do anything but wait, and Vibius knew it. But Pompili's shield was now down by his side, and when Vibius sliced at his left side, it cut a gash across Pompili's left arm, midway between his shoulder and elbow. Pompili dropped as he brought his elbow into his ribs, holding himself, comforting himself. When Vibius attacked again, he had only his sword to block with. It might be enough. Vibius was slowing down. Those who were in the fight to the death were now in a race to it as well. The winner would likely not survive. Had Vibius looked at his injury, he would have seen a stream of blood, but instead his eyes focused like an eagle on the huge target offered by his one-armed opponent. Then he did something desperate. Vibius inched in slowly, cautiously. Pompili was confused, yet never seen such trepidation on the part of Vibius. He was sure that Vibius was on the verge of death or treachery. Then he noticed Vibius's shield held low down to the ribcage. With every fiber of strength remaining, Pompili drew back his sword and sliced horizontally at Vibius's head. He was sure that Vibius would be too late to raise the shield. He was right. Vibius dropped his shield entirely, bent his knees, and let the blade slice the air harmlessly above him. In a split second that seemed like an hour, all he could see was Pompili's huge damaged left leg. Remorsefully but viciously, he cut it to the thigh bone. Pompili screamed and dropped to both knees. His blade fell ineptly into the sand. Vibius, bleeding badly, moved in for the kill with his left hand. He pulled back to Pompili's head. His right hand placed the point of the blade on Pompili's throat, poised for the command that both men knew was coming. Pompili could feel the slight pressure from the tip of the blade as he raised the two fingers of his right hand to Vettius. Vettius, in turn, appealed to the crowd, and it was in a frenzy. He extended his right fist with the thumb pointed out parallel to the ground. Pompili could see Vettius's head pivoted slowly back and forth in its full range. As he scanned carefully, deliberately, all the choices came down to the only one there ever really could have been. And then, with a final glance at Claudius Maximilian, Vettius did what Jesus said we all do, acting against his word, but in his own self-serving best interests. Vettius put his pointed thumb on his own throat, sending the command to Vibius to take his old friend's life. There was only one frantic heartbeat when he saw the sign. Again, training took over, but not so much that he didn't miss his wife. He desired desperately to take care of her now. So it was in desperation that Sanyi tried to change his dream. In the times when he'd been indifferent, he could change the dream at will, but suddenly, when it deeply mattered, all the choices vanished like the dust into the air, the mere wanting of one, instantly rendering a doing away with all of the infinitely many. Betrayed and blindsided as his old friend rammed the gladius through his chest, forcing a gag reflex that he would never live to experience, Sanyi's eyes locked onto Vettius. But it wasn't Vettius's treachery that he perceived, or even Vibius. The final ill-formed thought, which was never completed, was Jesus. "Why, my lord, have you forsaken me?" "No!" Lucilla screamed, louder, longer than she had in her life, or ever would again. Leaning over the rails, so that her feet came off the floor, she wailed for a minute continuously without drawing a breath. She shrieked so loud that it could be heard even above the roars of the drunken, obstreperous hordes. She screamed the life, vibrancy, and beauty of youth right out of her. When her feet hit the floor again, she turned her back, bent her knees, collapsed, curled up on the concrete floor, and stayed there till her weeping became shallow, raspy breaths. Stayed until she was the only one there, until the pale sun came out under a rainy sky. She staggered down the stone steps and out of the arena in the drizzly dying light. She meandered the lonely cobblestone streets blank in thought, with her jaw quivering in slanting rain that was turning cold. Aught for what to do, she returned to the dank apartment that Vettius had provisioned for her. It was there that she resolved to end her suffering, but with dagger in hand, Vettius's men summoned her. So, concealing the knife in her gown, she determined another way to join her husband and take Vettius to the afterlife with her. Lucilla did not lift her eyes, had not lifted her eyes since seeing Sanyi murdered for spectacle and sport. She did not look directly at Vettius sitting at his desk. He began speaking, saying all the polite and appropriate words. What a great champion Pompili was, how sorry he was that he was gone. He said it as though he had nothing to do with it, but when he slid coin that Pompili had won across his desk toward her, she reached into her gown, pulled the dagger, and sliced down at the ugly little man. It was the most futile and desperate act she had ever done. The guards were upon her instantly. They seized her harshly, leaving the dagger stuck in the desk. Vettius stood up, walked around to the desk, and bade the guards to release her. She fell like a sack in his arms, weeping. He nearly had to hold her up, but for a reflexive act of revulsion was she able to pull away. "Don't touch me!" she screamed in a guttural tone as loud as she could, that could barely be heard. Vedius told her that she could stay in the apartment for as long as she lived, and had the guards deliver her and her coin to it. But she never heard him. She fainted, and unconscious was the manner in which the guards had to deliver her home. Lucilla didn't remember much in the days and weeks that followed. They buried Sanyi along with Vetius's other fallen gladiators. She did not attend, nor did she purchase a headstone. It was the expected thing to do, but she would not dishonor him so. It was an ugly and inhumane practice that took her husband, who was himself a savior of lives, a physician and a philosopher. She would not do that which was wrong simply because it was proper. She would not leave his name for eternity on a lonely gravestone on a sad hill outside of Vetius's Ludus. She would not. The days and weeks flowed into weeks and months, but for her, nothing has changed. She ached for Sanyi, who was gone, and gone with him all hope. It is an incomprehensible but undeniable mechanism that a thing available, whoever much want or not, when made unavailable, becomes so much more in value. And now for Lucilla that mechanism cast a cold pall over her, the melancholy growing deeper breath by crippling breath. She had always seemed to her husband as a gentle thing, a flower, but some flowers do not blossom in the dark, cannot thrive in the cold. So lost and alone and seeing no way out, she took the only way out she knew, the one she knew she would eventually take the instant he died. And though she lived in crippling anguish, she did so without fear. She feared not to be alone, for companionship brought no relief. She did not fear death, she welcomed it. She studied the dagger, like the one she tried to bury into Vetius. She did approve at long last of what she was to do. Being left and alone without him was unbearable, more unbearable than the uncertainty of death. Hopefully she could be with him once again in the afterlife. Being in his presence was all that she knew since she first saw him. She had loved him unquestioningly, with neither motive nor purpose, and been in longing of him since. She followed him from Judea to Roma for love's sake, and now for anything, even death, to stand between them seemed unfitting. Without him, her life was unbearable. Since his capture, she had lived in fear of losing him, but here in the certainty of that, her fear dissolved easily away, and in her fearlessness she can say that the cost of Sanyi had been too high. Loving him had not been worth it. There she has said it. She had said it, and not loved him one bit less for so saying. But being apart from him was always meant to be. I cannot live with myself was the thought her mind spoke to her, as without hesitation she prepared with both hands to drive the blade home. If her thoughts had ceased there, she would have been dead in seconds. But one singularly odd thought emerged which made her hesitate, but with sudden clarity compelled her to stop altogether. It was a simple thought, really, an obvious one overlooked daily by the masses and multitudes, but it stopped her like a stone statue. Somewhere between the last thought and the next one, there oozed in a slow, elongated moment the thought that most never perceive, the one that said, "Who is the me with whom I cannot live? Who do speak of when I'll refer to me?" She felt the cold, dull blade in her hands, but it was upon the far wall that she fixed her gaze. As she looked at the wall across the room, she beheld a small dark oval in its center. The voice in her mind said, "Look away." It said, "Be terrified." But she was beyond that now, and so as quietly as defiantly she stared at the darkness, she challenged the darkness, threw her dagger at it with a groan, seeing herself as it left her hand and disappear into the ever-growing void in the space in her room, knowing in that instant that she was not in her body, that she was not a body. She could see the room both inside and out from any perspective, and all perspectives at once. The oval was now a large dark sphere, and she knew that though it looked to the eyes of the body as the world falling away, through the eyes of the Holy Spirit, she could see that it was the world that was not there. There in that holy instant, she forgave the world as Jesus would. knowing that it wasn't there, knowing that it took nothing from her, because from an illusion, nothing is all there is to take. Then, staring at the blade with the body's eyes, she said regretfully, "Oh, my poor pitiful Sanyi, my poor husband, there was nothing to fear. It's just the nothingness that isn't." But those were the last words of regret she ever spoke, and after she looked back up, she would weep no more forever. The promise remembered. To Lucilla, it was an odd thing that had happened to them, where one of them had set off upon a journey, and the other had finished. She had awakened from her dream before him, but she could not have done it without him. Whereas he walked a disciplined path of daily forgiveness and non-judgment, she had been shaken awake without trying, without even wanting to, abjectly defiant. Yet was she awakened. She simply saw her body throw the dagger, and then she knew forever that she was not a body. That was all it took, a simple shift in perspective, and salvation was hers for always. But she knew one thing that he did not to judge the darkness, but to see beyond it. That is what she must tell her husband. It was so simple, she thought. We spend our lives tripping over it, never noticing. Gentle Sanyi had found it. He'd found and lost it as suddenly as she found it. So as unlikely as it seemed at the time when they made the promise, it now fell to her to find him and show him his way home. But how? She had only to ask, and it was answered. One of Vitius's guards knocked upon her door. They had been coming by every week, and until now she had avoided them. But on this day she opened the door. The soldier very formally asked if there was anything that she needed. She said she only needs to speak to Vitius for a moment. So on the next day, Vitius's soldiers returned to take her to him. Lucilla could hear all the familiar sounds of the ludus as they drew near the arched gate. The clanking of wooden swords, the grunts of men struggling under the midday sun. She smiled to herself as she observed the part of her mind that still thought that she was a body attempting to draw her back to sadness, and the feeling that she was alone by mixing the familiar with the mist to create the sense of loss. But the Io would not have its way as the inner smile made its way to her slightly upturning lips, and she gently forgave it all. She did not allow the Io to make a tool of the ludus which would make her remember her dead husband and mourn him all the more. The ludus was just a ludus, that is all. This ludus by sight and sound was the same as she remembered, but there was something different. The men there pitched in mock battle all stopped to see her going into the main house. Once in there, she could hear the sounds of battle resume. She knew that she was the reason the men had all stopped, some out of respect for her husband, others just because she was beautiful, but she made nothing of any of it, just the illusion of bodies all around. She watched her body going up the stairs with a guard before and after, the sudden unawareness of the body becoming as common as an involuntary hiccup. She gave it no thought. At the top of the steps, they turned sharply and made their way to the office of Vitius. Before they passed through the broad doorway, the guards searched her. They had no need to. A folded paper was all she held. They led her into the office and stopped as soon as they were inside. Vitius looked up from his desk. He was all the way across the room, but she could see relief so strong in his eyes that it felt almost like gratitude. Despite his outward demeanor, Vitius was a deeply guilt-ridden man, and whatever he saw in her face obviously assuaged his crushing sense of guilt. He motioned to the guards to let her go and immediately got up. They met on the side of his large desk and embraced. For Vitius it was reflexive. When they parted again, Vitius was just as amazed by his own actions as that of Lucilla, that she had even allowed him to touch her. The shattered little girl who had previously left his office had gone. This woman was... what? She just was. "You look well," he told her. "You not so well," she replied, and they both chuckled. "You noticed that doctor was not in the training yard," she said, knowing that was what was different about the ludus. "Yes," Vitius replied. "Dr. A retired and returned to his home country. He will live there for the rest of his days, a wealthy man." He said it as though to justify himself, but knew all too well that it did not. Vedius was having a crisis of conscience that he could not recognize. Lucilla recognized it, and though she knew that we are all innocent in the eyes of God, she understood the Vedius's pain was an unavoidable part of his path to salvation. She remembered seeing her body through the dagger and realized what her pain had helped her to do. So taking his hand, she said, "I want you to know that you didn't do anything to anyone." It was that kind of thing that can only be said only by one not with faith, but one with knowledge. Such faith comes only to one completely in his right mind. Vetius thought how soft her hand felt and let it go and waved his hand in protest, but she stopped him and looked into his watering eyes and said, "No, we are all dreaming this dream in order that we awaken to the peace of God." He still tried to pull away, but she wouldn't let him and continued saying, "And we, each and every one of us, has already awakened." With this, Vetius stopped in amazement, saying, "My God, now you sound just like your husband. He lives inside of you." Smiling, she answered, saying, "He lives in us all." Vetius nodded in agreement, but he did not know that she was speaking of Jesus now. With his hands on her elbows, Vetius pushed her gently. "I've decided to get my husband a headstone, after all," she said. "I have already seen to it," he confessed. "That is well," she answered, "but I want you to inscribe something on it for me. It must be exactly as I say, in a tone indicating it must be precisely thus." She reached into her dress pocket and retrieved the parchment that was crumpled now, since she'd been searched. She placed it directly into his hand, saying, "Promise me you will do this for me, exactly as I have written it here." Never taking his eyes from hers, he nodded in agreement, and she let go of it and stepped back. "You have my solemn oath," he said. "Thank you." They looked at each other for just another second. "Why don't you stay in Ostia, or Roma at least?" he asked, and she answered, Maybe I will." But Vetius knew that just as had Doctore, she would leave, leaving him alone. But where would she go? He wondered, where would she roam to, and what would she do? At one moment, he wanted desperately for her to stay, because she, as did Doctore, reminded him of Pompili, but for the same reason he wanted her to leave just the same in the very next moment. Life for Vetius would be such until the end of his days. His sacrifice of his friend and teacher gained him the political power that had been his lifetime's ambition and appointment to the Senate, but discovering that having was not as wonderful as wanting, he repudiated it. He continued the ludus as a matter of course, but he never sacrificed another gladiator and freed all of his slaves after 3 years, regardless of position or statue. Some left, others remained, but to Vetius it was all the same. The constantly ticking ambition and conniving ceased, his desk became clear, and it was his brain that became encumbered by his broken heart. He became as Lucilla had been. He even realized it for himself. He lived in the shade of the flame that he had extinguished by his own hand, that flame which had rested upon the gladiator and cast its a cold shadow over him, never to be reignited. But Vetius lived a very long life. He lived it in shade. He lived it alone. Vetius had indeed kept his word, Lucilla thought. There was a headstone on Sanyi's grave, which was on top of the sad shifting hill where all of Vetius's losing investments lay. Lucilla sat on her knees, running her fingers lovingly across his name Pompil in the cold stone named for a name which prior to she could not utter. But what is a name not but a symbol of symbols? The inscription on it was just as she told him that it had to be. Then she felt a clean, gentle spirit. Was it Sanyi's? She could tell only that it was clean. Then she saw herself on the hill by the eyes of the great eagle circling high overhead in the cool, gray, misty sky. The big bird was high, so high up that she could scarcely see its huge body, yet by its eyes could see a gentle young man kneeling to read the precise inscription carved in the stone. He was tawny and blond, with the Roman sun emblazoned in bronze across his bare back and chest. Then she was on her feet again, where he was reading the inscription. She regarded him as a brother touched, and his blonde hair gently and turning, and raising to her, she beheld the bluest eyes framed as a lion's mane, and swore that she perceived the blondest of Jesus Christ there could ever be, not for his appearance, rather for his gentleness. The meaning of such she knew not, save that things were as they should be. Sanyi would have liked a day such as this, she thought from this point of view, from above the battlefield. His big body had always been so hampered by the heat. The remembrance brought not even a small pang of remorse. The old Lucilla, the one that had never been, would have languished, constipated in grief, but the Io could not touch her here, fully in her Christ mind. Then she kissed his name and smiled, finally realizing, as he had for a time at least, that this was all illusion that was long ago undone, that the body which she thought he was had never been, the truth that he is can never be destroyed. Then she returned to reading the inscription. The promises they had sworn to each other in the world of form had reached beyond the dream to their truth as one. It was an unlikely journey, though one we have all made. Theirs began by one of them, and yet accomplished first by the other. She exchanged his faith for her lack thereof, and had awakened before he could, yet knew she could never have made it at all without him, just as he could for now at least not find redemption without her. So she would continue to scribe his course, would suffer as he had, to be reborn again and again into the world of illusion, so as to find that lost little lamb and set straight his path until God Almighty would reach down and lift him into himself.